a group of people. These are hardworking people. These are a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me.
Move that a moment. Just give me a sec. This is massive, folks, for this country, for the West in general, because this is going to affect wars all around the world. So we're now going to see him trying to calm down, because the Israel, the Dems don't like Israel. Okay, Trump will work with that Netanyahu. You're going to have him. He will work with Putin, which we should be working with Putin. Shouldn't be against every fucker. Right, hang on. My fucking audio's not working. Sorry, I'm swearing. I'm half asleep. Right, and put this back on now. So, those that are coming in, okay, we're waiting for her to concede, but I don't think she will. Even Hillary had conceded a lot. 2 hours ago now, Hillary had conceded. Okay, I'm going to go through all of this, the so far the rundown of who's won what, and then we'll get into that. Michael English, welcome. Daz, Ginger Ali, DJ Rockford, Saskia. Hello, how you feeling now, love? Who else is here? Tramadol's here being a dick. Camel Toe Harris, welcome to the channel, by the way. I noticed that you joined in from one of my shorts, one of my animal shorts. So thank you. I appreciate you being here. Oh, thanks for subscribing, by the way, Tram. Appreciate that, mate. It means you've subbed, because I've put subscribers only mode on. So I feel really honoured that you've subscribed to me. Thank you. Right, let's get this off, because I was going to show it on GB News, but I'm not, because I've got fucking ads on now. Hold on. Right, if you're waking up, if you're coming in and you're like, oh, what's going on? Donald Trump he's been elected, basically, because he's taken all the swing states. So that's it. There's nothing else to, there's no way, it's mathematically impossible. All he needs to do now is take Alaska, which he will, and that's it. It's mathematically impossible for Kamala to win. Right, just bear with me. But everyone's welcome, unless you're a dickhead. I'm not in the mood for knobheads. Trump, hello, Herman, Ginger. Yeah, I know you're all waking up. I am as well. I never stream. Like, I've not streamed. I've not been streaming. So YouTube just aren't pushing my channel whatsoever. He took him. He took him, DJ. I'm going to get a full rundown now. Just bear with me. Right, hold on. I said he was going to win by a landslide. Do you know what, right? If I wasn't so fucking tired yesterday, I would have made a video last night. My plan was to make a video and then get up about 4. Sorry. There you go. Thank you. But, you know, shit happens, doesn't it? Sorry. No, because Gizmo's asleep next to me, so we'll just leave the Trump party in the background while I keep, and then I'll give you a rundown of who's won what. Okay, just bear with me. Just waking up and jumping on at a fucking live stream is not wise, but basically. Hi, Mr. Pugh, how you doing? Yeah, there's going to be lots and lots of Liberal tears today. So that is the Trump watch party that you are seeing there. We got any audio? I'm going to leave the audio. Oh, they've turned it off. Right, okay. Let's see what we can put on in the background. There we go, that's live. West Palm Beach, Florida, Trump to win presidency, Fox News calls. Okay, so apologies I didn't stream overnight. I was just too sleepy. I'm going to leave that running in the background while I'm talking to you. Don't want to leave it on too big because they might not like it. Okay, for those of you that are up, thank you, Mr. Pewey. How good to see you, Saskia. Right, how you doing, Saskia, darling? Okay, so for those of you that are just coming in, I'm going to give you a full rundown of who's won what. Okay, it's literally 3 votes off officially declaring. Okay. Right, let's have a look. Welcome in, by the way. Go and get yourself a cuppa. I'm just getting all the election results up for you now. Right. Apparently they haven't called yet, Arizona. They've won the Senate. Republicans have won the Senate, which is massive. I put a bet on, but I did it like 2 weeks ago when the odds were just ludicrous. I meant to do it before and I forgot. So I won't win much. The odds were some stupid odds. Put like £10 on, I'll win like £30. Oh, Raz, how you doing, mate? Let me just give you a spanner. I'm half asleep, bud. I've just woke up and jumped on. Penny, I've got a long day. I've got a long day to go. Doing a long way to go. Oh, guys, I can't read that because I don't speak any other language other than English. I'm too stupid for that. I've never been one for speaking other languages. That's one thing my brain would not compute. This is basically the biggest comeback in history. Now, guys, if you are a Kamala supporter or a Democrat, you're welcome in. Okay, I'm not going to mock anybody, right? That's not me. Oh, hang on a minute. Hi, Katie. They're saying here that on Sky News they're trying to say that the Russians were going to blow up the election, but fuck off. The things they come out with. Right, okay, so I'm just trying to get the results up. Just bear with me, folks. So it's 270 electoral college votes to win, and at the moment Trump is on 266 and Kamala is on 219. Okay. All he needs is Alaska to win. So the swing states that have been called so far, he has taken. He's taken Pennsylvania. Hi, Frack. How you doing? Whoever takes, gosh, it's evening for you, isn't it? Whoever takes Pennsylvania usually wins it all. Okay, because it's basically you've got your traditional red and your blue. Red is Republican, by the way. I know it's different in our country in the UK. Red is Labour, which is the left, and blue is Conservative. Honestly, Kamala is a cackling witch. I'm sorry, that is my opinion. I don't think that of her supporters. I've got friends who are lifelong Democrats who, even though they don't like her, they will vote Democrat because that's who they support. You know, she ran away. Yeah, she ran away. Okay, so it's Trump has taken Pennsylvania. He's taken North Carolina, which he took first. Then he took Georgia, which Georgia last year went to. Yeah, they are. They really, really are. It took Georgia, which went to Biden last time. Now, last time they said that it was so close they had to keep recounting and recounting and recounting. It was too big to rig this time. I'm sorry, but he won last time, and I'm not being a sour loser. He won. President Trump did not lose to Biden last time. That anyone can say what they want. There's no way that Biden got more votes than Obama, which is what he would have had to have got to have won Trump. Trump actually got more votes than he did the first time, but he still lost. Make that make sense. Ghost, hello. Hi, Rose. I've not been streaming, guys, so that YouTube won't push the algorithm. So I'm hoping more people see the stream. He's on the brink, guys. He's on the brink. Okay, and JD Vance as well. What a guy! I've been watching him. He's an ex-Marine. He talks a lot of sense. He did cheat. Frack, how you doing? Frack's sake. Got a couple of Aussies in the house. We've got some Americans in the house, Brits in the house. Welcoming everybody. I'm trying to get us. They keep on ending all the streams. Just bear with me, guys. I'm going to get the I'm going to get GB News up because they've got the map on at the moment, which is what we want. So hold on. She's disappeared. She's literally done a runner. She hasn't said a word. I think she's just arrogance. They were partying in the night. You should have seen them all. They were all doing these stupid dances, lined up doing these like these weird dances, and just the arrogance. Like, we've won, so we don't need to do anything because we've won. That's exactly what they were doing. Right. Let me just get this up now. Okay. Let me see if I got any audio.
Wouldn't you plug your...
No, I've got no audio. My laptop's broken, I think. I don't know. It's got no audio. So hopefully you guys can hear. Actually, no, I won't. I'll turn the audio off for you guys as well. So, right. But yeah, they treated, but like, I don't like Joe Biden, but what they did to him was disgusting. Trump's son is so, I know he's like 7 foot tall or something. It's insane. Hello, Pixie. Let me give you a wrench, sweetie. Just make sure it's you because you've got lots of yes, it is. Hello, gorgeous. Hello, George. Hello. That is you, isn't it, Pix? Well, I'm sub tier, so I'm presuming it is. There you go. You've got a god wrench. Watch out. Hang on a minute. The dog's pressing buttons. Right. So I'm going to give you a rundown of who won what now when my puppy stops jumping on me. Good morning. Are you okay? Are you okay? He's chewing my laptop. He's teething. Right then. You're welcome. Okay. So North Carolina was the first swing state. And then we had Georgia, which Joe Biden narrowly won. All right, darling. I know you're excited to see me. You've been slept next to me all night. And Pennsylvania, where final results could take some time, but the projections are in. Basically, he's won it. Yeah. But we had this last time. Do you remember? He'd won it, and then all of these votes appeared. Now, what Trump did wrong last time, folks, is he never called it early enough. Everyone said he'd won like this, and then all of a sudden, around this time, a load of votes appeared. This time, he has called it now. And then if these votes appear now, he's already called it. So don't be surprised if they all appear again. I don't think they'll get away with it this time. I really don't. Trump is also ahead in Wisconsin, where an overall result may also take some time. Okay. So they haven't officially called it, but that he's winning, and he will win in North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. Wisconsin, he's ahead. Now, they're saying here it's very close in Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada. So they hadn't called it. Sorry, my mistake. I'd just woken up when somebody asked me. Way too many cameras. Yeah, exactly. It's too big to cheat this time. It really is. Again, if you support Kamala, you're welcome in. Exactly, Pixie. We had the idiot Tramadol in saying, "Why do you care? Like, why do we care? Because this is massive for the West as a whole." Starmer, after the things that he has said to about Trump and that horrible David Lammy, now he has said the most vile things. Now what? He's a good boy. He's eating, isn't he? Good boy, George. So they won't get away with it this time. So thank you to our Americans for coming in. I'll probably open the panel up shortly. I'd love to get some Americans up, but I know you're probably too shy. Raz isn't shy. Hello, Joe. How you doing? How you doing, love? So they haven't called it officially. Trump has called it. He's basically won. He's won. Pennsylvania's been taken. It's a landslide. Welcoming everybody. Oh, he's such an idiot. And he thinks he's all that in his oddball knickers, right? And he's showing off his knickers. He didn't realise that I actually shop there. So I know all the colours and all the names, and I've got them knickers. So he's actually wearing unisex knickers. It's just an idiot. He is, Tyrone. He's a fucking twat. But, you know, he can be really funny, right? He can be really funny. Because he's showing off in his knickers. Those are called Jurassic oddballs. And he's saying he's just bought them. They've just had a massive sale on. So he bought them in the sale as well. So, oh, Nick, thanks, darling. How you doing, sweetheart? Oh, thanks, love. It's only $2.99 now. I knocked it all down. Because I just think it's all about YouTube getting the money, and I don't want that. And at the end of the day, I only want my community tab, membership stuff, so people can have stuff for, you know, I can put stuff on that I don't want going public. But I wanted to make it a lot cheaper. Oh, thanks, Nick. Find him an awful. He used to be really funny, didn't he? Right, what's going on here? Is this coming on the stage? Is this live or? Don't think she's coming on live. I think they're just showing. Nah, it can't be her, surely. Ukraine. What they're going to do now? What they're going to do when he comes with his begging bowl, so he can. It's all about drugs and stuff going through Ukraine. It's been going on for years. I'm so fucking happy. Yeah, I'm so happy for you Americans, honestly, and the world. The world. Yeah, Lammy's had it now. I just smile at him and leave him lots of kissy emojis, pics. But in the mornings, I ain't got any patience for him. Oh, yeah, thank you so much, Nick. I've known Nick for so many years. I've probably known Nick as long as I've known Pix. The return. Me too. Yeah, well done, America. And even if, guys, if you voted for Kamala, you're welcome in, okay? We don't have, you know, we're not going to be bullying you or something. Yeah, 6 years. I've known Nick 6 years as well. 6, 7 years. Nick couldn't do the Halloween thing, by the way, folks. Okay. Because she couldn't get into the school. But yeah, thank you. Camel Toe, you joined from one of my shorts, didn't you? One of my animal shorts. The thing is, most shorts people don't really like coming to my politics stuff. Nobody voted for her. There was a few. There's always going to be few. The owl, you did. You did. And when I seen your name, I was like, you're awesome. I love your name. Camel Toe. Right, okay. Who's got a cuppa? Has anyone been up all night watching this? I really tried to. I'm really sorry, folks. I tried to. The owl. Yeah, that's short. That's short. Do you know, it's got me 55,000 subscribers. That's short alone. It's insane. Insane. Oh, thank you, Saskia. Sing Blue Silver. Yeah, I was going to stream, folks. I feel so bad for not streaming, but I was so tired and I'm still getting over this flu. I fell asleep on a live. Yeah, I've been up all night. Do you know what? I feel so bad for not streaming with you guys. I really do. Look at her. Look. Oh man, I can't stand her. Yeah, I was so tired. I went to sleep about 1. Was it 1? I don't know. And I woke up. I kept waking up, checking the news. You know. So if you're coming in, President Trump has taken Pennsylvania, guys. He has taken North Carolina. He took that first. Then he took Georgia. He's declared victory. He needs 3 more electoral votes. So Alaska has got 3 electoral votes. So that's all he needs to win Alaska. And he has done it. But, excuse me. Exactly, Nick. Oh, the cackle. The cackle. Gross. I was looking for you. I'm sorry, Daz. I honestly, I'm not going to lie. I genuinely, if I'd known that they were going to, this was going to happen so early, I would have forced myself. I would have sat there with loads of cups of tea. You know, I should have got myself some Monster, really, shouldn't I? I don't drink energy drinks, but I thought to myself, this is going to go on. They'll probably call it about 9, 10. Well, to be fair, they haven't called it yet. Okay. So hopefully, we will be here for when it gets called. I'll stay on for a bit anyway. Might open up the panel if you've got any Americans that want to come on and give your views. And again, all welcome. If you support the Democrats, you're welcome in, guys. You're welcome in. Did anyone go to fireworks last night? I've left my stream up for everyone. If you didn't get to go out, if you want to go and watch it, we're at the fireworks like every single year. We go and I live stream it if I can get a signal, and I could. You need a big pot of tea. I know I've got a big tea here, to be honest. Alf just bought me a cuppa in. But yeah, do you know what? I stayed up last election and nothing happened all night because it went on till the next day. And then the Trump was winning. Then they were recounting. And then I can't believe it. And then I don't stay up and this happens. You just couldn't make it up. Where's that gone now? I'm looking for something. I can't deal with more. I'm not a morning person at all. Jogo, hi, good news. So yeah, such a relief. Jimmy Jazz, get in. Right, is Ghost still here? Ghost is an American. If you voted for President Trump and you're an American, Jimmy Jazz, why can't I see your comment on my phone? But I can see you on my laptop. I'm trying to give you a wrench. Oh, there we go. Right, if I know you and I've seen you around a lot, you can have a spanner. If you don't have a spanner yet, just bear with me. Just keep coming in. Yeah, Tyrone D, I'm glad to see you back. Hello, Amanda. Tyrone's an absolute legend in these parts. And he's the reason why Kitty gets upset with me, you know, because I do laughing emojis at Tyrone. I'm sorry. It's funny. And it's not, you know, if you're going to do stupid things on camera, I'm not being horrible at all. If you're going to do stupid things on camera, then people are going to clip you and people are going to take the piss. Now, I'm sure if I walked in now, they don't want the ads up. Hold on, let's get rid of that a minute. If I came in and sat there with a big plate of Sunday dinner, massive plate, and sat there on camera munching away, then you'd all clip it and take the piss out of me, and I'd take the piss out of myself. You know, people keep doing stupid things and then they moan when people clip it. You know, like, I think she needs to just chill out a little bit and just, you know, I tried to make peace with her because I didn't want to argue. I don't want to argue with people. Life's too short. How you doing? Is that you, Kylie? I know it's a different one. Kyle, sorry. I can't, I'm bloody blind as a bat. Hello, good morning, Yankee, Kyle. I thought you said Kylie. I'm blind as a bat. Honestly, in the mornings, everything's all blurry. I want to move to America and have Trump as my president. Honestly, we do as well. We really do. And I just want to say, big up to the Amish people. We're going to get some votes properly in a minute. I'm going to try and get some actual results up properly on the screen. Just bear with me. I'm just putting some hand cream on. Well, we know that she uses the sofa for other things. And it's a shame, you know, because if she's got mental health problems, and I didn't want to argue with her. And all I did was put a laughy emoji in and had a wrenching vellies, and she just lost it again. And there's no need for it. And I won't argue with her because she just screams at you. So what's the point? Yeah, he is. Even, yeah. And Joe Rogan backed President Trump. I think it was yesterday or the day before. And he invited Kamala on. She wouldn't come on. She said, I'll only go on your show if you come to me. He's vile. Keir Starmer is just gross. Absolutely gross. Exactly, Pixie, exactly. You guys have a weird name, Prime Minister. Did you vote then, Camel? What state are you in then, Camel Toe? It should be. No, it's not, but it should be. Big roast dinner, Tyrone. No content for you, Tyrone D. Do you remember that one when I was on camera? I'm not going on camera. I've just woke up, by the way. No, I'm not happening. But that was so funny when you clicked it. BBC presenter says Jogo. Hello, Jogo. Thought it was funny just now to accidentally refer to Trump as tramp. They're vile. It was said by Morning Breakfast TV chipmunk looking little guy. Really? I'm in the USA, North Carolina. Ah, and you've got called. You guys were the first of the swing states, if you want to call it that. Why not go on camera? Because I've just woken up. That's why. Why don't you go on camera? I'll open up the panel right now, Tramadol. Yeah, right now. Take care, Pix Love. I'll put it on right now. I'll go on camera with my morning hair, and you go on camera with your morning hair. How's that? Until you go on camera, stop talking about other people's looks. You can be so funny, Tramadol. Honestly, like you take the piss and that, you can be funny. You take the piss out of me, you don't affect me. You'll never get me raging. It ain't gonna happen. It's never happened, and it never. Well, the mods will just time him out if he carries on. And then he goes crying. Exactly, Frack. Got time to pack your bug out bag and clean your guns. A quick question, good day. Do you have guns over in down under? Just out of interest, are you allowed guns? Well done, Frack. I know, Pix, I know. Like, how many times have I been on camera? Loads of times, like thousands of times. And without makeup. I'm just reading the chat now. Anybody else say anything constructive? Take care, Pix. What? It's just ridiculous that we can't have guns. Right, let me just try and get something up that isn't just ads. And who isn't going to strike me either? Well, not strike, but shut the stream down for copyright. GB News don't, you see? They're really good. Let me just hold on a sec, guys. I'm going to try and get a map up for you. Stop screen. Okay. Yeah, that's just a little taster, Frack. You know, he can be really funny. And the thing is, I think maybe he's autistic or something because he doesn't seem to understand. He doesn't seem to understand when things aren't funny anymore. Starmer's congratulated. Hang on a minute. This is hilarious. Hold on. No. You okay, my George? Hold on a minute, folks. Hold on a minute. Oh, I can't believe I've turned it off and now it's happened. I know, love mummy. I know. Hang on a minute. Let me just turn this up.
Special
Hold on.
relationship will continue
here.
to
Don't get
prosper
Tommy
on
people
both
out.
sides
Hold
of the
on.
Atlantic for years to come.
I'm going to mute
Particularly
myself
that
because the
relationship
puppy's
with my
going
Foreign
nuts. And then
Secretary
listen
and
to
you.
this.
Christopher Hope, our political editor, let's get a comment on that and what where this leaves David Lammy.
Well, we're yet to hear from the Foreign Secretary, Eamon and Isabel. Yeah, but I think it's interesting, isn't it, that Sir Keir Starmer, our Prime Minister, has come out before he actually has won. He's not yet at the 270 mark in the States, is he? Is he Donald Trump? But he's so keen to make sure that I'm here, I'm your guy, we've got this special relationship, let's keep going with it. Almost building on that dinner they had back in September and those remarks that he told me for GB News, Donald Trump saying, of course, he's a very nice guy about Keir Starmer. They'll cling to those
This is
words.
my puppy doing
those
this.
public
Hold on.
remarks
It's
about
pressing all
our
the.
Prime Minister as though they are really valuable now as they try and make work administration for the next 4 years. It's not what they were planning. Of course, 100 staffers went over to America to campaign for his rival, Kamala Harris, as a start of a legal action over the far left's Labour Party's involvement, to quote the Trump campaign. So there's work to be done, building to be done. No word yet from David Lammy, but clearly the special relationship is what matters, and that's why that's been stressed in that statement.
What do you make of the comments that Trump made pre the result that we have so far about how he would be imposing tariffs on imports to the United States? Because there is concern that that will affect our economy here. So Keir Starmer sort of glossing over that in his comments there, perhaps hoping to cozy up. You know, what are the chances that he will go through with that? And
Right.
will
Okay.
feel that?
So Keir Starmer has congratulated him. Hang on a minute. Let me just
back in 2016. I was out
get this up. Hold on.
In January 2017. I mean, he does start with big statements of intent, notably on immigration. But I think on a wider point, Isabel, he is more favourable to the UK. He was
Let's see what the old.
back in the day, back in 2016.
Let's see what the BBC are saying. MK Ultra. Yeah, can you believe I didn't stream because I was too tired and I didn't think it would come out yet. They did camel toe. They did. They sent people out. Anglo-Saxon, hello, welcome. Oh well, thank you, Daz. He reckons a lot about my education. Oh, oh man, he's just an idiot. Everything about him, he just wants a reaction. So I don't give it him. I laugh at him. Starmer, yeah, Starmer is a psychopath. He's a Fabian, which I have covered and I will cover more. My friend in Missouri thought Harris would win. I was like, no. Did they vote for him? Right. Let me just get rid of that. And we are going to, of course, we're going to look at what the BBC are saying. Hang on a minute. Sorry. Wrong button. Okay, so the BBC, let's see if they can try and spin it. No, he hasn't. He only won because our version of the Republicans, the Conservative Party, was so bad. Hello, Phoenix Tubes 2. How you doing? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. It doesn't matter who you vote for, you're welcome in. Personally, I'm English and I support Donald Trump. But it doesn't mean that people, especially people who voted, who are American, it's your country, you welcome in. So Donald Trump has declared a victory, even though it's not official yet. That number there, guys, needs to be to 270 for him to be officially declared. Kamala is on 219. Now, this is how close it is, but 47.2 and 51.1. So he's winning. He's won the popular vote by the looks of it as well. He's done a speech. We're going to see his speech now. Actually, no, because they'll probably strike me, won't they? Because they're idiots. Let's have a look at the election map. Let me know if you can hear me. Has he? He will not be happy. He won't be able to push his cocaine anymore through his country and all the stuff that he does. So here's the election map. He should never have got in last time. No, there's no, like, nobody likes her. And I'm not being horrible either, but nobody likes her. Hi, AI. AI's in the house. Oh, there it is. There's my cream. Couldn't find my hand cream. There you go. Right. Okay. So California, that is a very, very blue democratic state. Even in California, Donald Trump got where this is where Robert Kennedy was running, 38.9% of the vote in a traditional. Hi, Dapper. Welcome everyone coming in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, he pops in now and again, Rose, doesn't he? Rose, I'm sorry I haven't replied to your email. I'm really shit. I know I've been overwhelmed when all that happened the other day. You know what I've told you about. Isn't it good news? Hi, Skip. Welcome in, Curiosity. Again, if you support Kamala, guys, you're welcome in. Okay. Oh, David Jukes. It's going to be delicious. He's already congratulated him, but I'll read out the full post in a moment. So, California, where it's a traditional, and you, good day. It's night time for you. Hello, George. Welcome, welcome. I'm going to give Saskia, I think Rose, right. Saskia, I'm going to give you a managing mod wrench as well. Because you're here all the time and we speak privately, don't we? And email and stuff. Dapper Dog, thanks for coming back. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for joining us. The results are coming in. End of Ukraine. Yeah. Honestly, AI, this government's done now because Farage it's a beautiful day, Joe. For Nigel Farage, who should be our Prime Minister, is very close to President Trump. And this, with him behind Nigel Farage, I think shit's going to go down now in this country. I know, David. I think it's really cool UK people care. We do. Yeah. Hello, highly unlikely. Oh, thank you, Ginger. Oh. Right, okay. So California is a traditional Democrat state, and President Trump still got nearly 3.5 million votes from California, and Kamala got just over 5 million. He's massive, honestly, for California. So Arizona is yet to call, but he's in front in Arizona. Robot. What? Who's a robot? I don't understand. And I said, listen, guys, I'm so annoyed with myself for not making a video last night. Because I said all this to Al. I said it's going to win by a landslide and it's going to be too big to rig. And I wish I'd made a video saying that's going to happen. But no, people won't believe me. Oh no. Really? Miss Bunny, I like your channel. Oh, well, thank you. So we're just having a little quick look through the now the swing states. Let's have a look at the results so far in the swing states. Oh, was it my phone was too close? So President Trump has taken Texas. Look at that. Look how red Texas is, folks. Can you see that? I don't know if it's going to show. I don't know if you can see it. Probably too small. It's taken Texas with 54% of the vote in Texas. Sorry, 56.6% of the vote. He got 6.2 million in Texas votes, and Kamala got 4.6. Now we're going to be looking at some of these swing states. Alaska, that's all he needs is Alaska. And he's done, and he's ahead. So, okay. Georgia, I don't know what that means when it's in stripy red. What does that mean? 50.7 to her 48.5. That was a massive swing state. The biggest swing state is Pennsylvania. Where's Pennsylvania gone? There it is. Where you got 50.8% of the vote, she got 48.1% of the vote. This is a landslide, guys. Hi, Ghost. Do you want to jump up? I'm just saying, any Americans want to jump up if you voted? And let us know how you're feeling. If you do, I'll put the link in. I'm too tired for like having a panel, but if we've got any Americans, New York is traditionally Democrat. Even in New York, President Trump got 43.9% of the vote. She got 4.3 and he got 3.4. That is massive to in a Democrat state to do so well is amazing. It really is. This will affect everybody in the West. And I really, hello, hang on, my pup is really, really clingy. It's mommy, mommy, mommy. Come here. It's only 5 months, aren't you? You okay? Are you okay? Yeah, yeah. Oh, my boy. Oh, he's such a good boy, my George. Where's Momo? Has he gone in the window to watch the birdies? Has he? Yeah. Sorry, guys. Right, I'm just going to drink my tea because it's going cold. Right. We're going to start showing President Trump's speech in a minute, what he did. So there's your Pennsylvania. AI, can you hear me? Can you just open the curtain for George, please? I can't move. I've got laptop on me and a cup of tea and stuff. I can't reach across. Ohio, that went red, which is a traditional, it's a traditional Republican state, and yet they voted to keep the abortion laws, which was a bit bizarre. But for all of the Democrats, and they were pushing the lie that Donald Trump wanted to take away the right to a woman's right to an abortion. That isn't what he was doing. He got rid of the Wade versus Roe purely because he wanted the states, the individual states, to make that decision, because America isn't a democracy. It's not the same as us. It's made up by individual states that have their own rules. They shouldn't be run by federal government. So all he was doing was giving it back to the individual states, and then they can vote what they want. That isn't getting rid of abortion laws. And the states that voted against the abortion laws, they were still had to allow it if there was like incest or rape, you know. So it was lies. The left were peddling lies. It was fake news. He didn't say that. He did not try and ban. Well, whatever your thoughts are, it should, whether you agree with it or not. You're an American, aren't you? Hang on a minute. Right, I'm going to put the link in. Again, I'm not in the. I'm not having a panel. Just a couple of people individually, and Americans as well, because I want to know who you voted for, why you vote your state, and why you vote for them. Thank you, Jogo. So it's down to the individual state on whether, just like the individual states decide on gun laws, for example. And the irony is the states that have decided to ban guns are the ones with the most crime. Go figure. Just click that link. I don't know if you know how to do it, if you've done it before. Take care, DJ. I'm waiting for them to call Alaska. But she hasn't even conceded yet. Even Hillary had gone by now. She'd even said, you know, we're not going to win this. She's literally hidden all night. Who are you talking to? Oh, talking to ghosts. Take care. Oh, take care, Curiosity Kill. I've seen his speech though, but could watch all day. He trolls the media, doesn't he? Ha Jackie. Kamala, you're fired. Take care, Joe. I'm off to get changed. See you later. I've got one up. I think of tomorrow night. I haven't seen you in real life. How is your health? For a bit in real life. Not great, to be honest. Take care, everyone that's off. Huh. Tomorrow's American. Are you going to come up, Ghost, and just give a quick? I don't want you to be up for long. You don't. I'm too tired to have conversations, to be honest. But I don't agree with many things that Trump says, but he's a better option. Did you vote for him? Right, Camel Toe's here. Hold on. Right, Camel Toe. Can you Ben? Oh, is your name Ben? Can you give me a little wave, Camel Toe, just so I know that you're a real person, you're not a bot or a troll? Because you're coming up as someone called Ben. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to add you. And then, because you could be a porn bomber.
Oh, what?
Hello? Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I was just double checking.
Oh, no, you're good. How's it going?
I'm good. I'm good, thank you. Welcome to the live stream. You wouldn't
Thanks.
believe how many people pretend to be other people. It could be someone pretending to be you, and
Oh,
then yeah, they do some crazy shit. So tell us a little bit about yourself then. So what state are you in?
Yeah, so I'm in North Carolina, and it's one of the swing states that you talked about.
Yeah, the first that got called.
Yeah, it was close early. It was looking good for Harris, but we ended up winning. I don't remember how much we won by, but it wasn't that close.
Let's have a quick look how close it was. Could you open them curtains a little bit for George, please? Let me just have a quick look. North Carolina. So you got 51% there against her 47.7. Donald Trump got 2,875,000 and she got 2,684,000. So you still won by a couple of 100,000 votes.
Yeah, it wasn't too close. A lot of people were projecting this exact outcome, but like a lot of liberals and on CNN, they were projecting Kamala Harris to like landslide, which I wasn't seeing. But yeah, it was. Most people didn't predict him to win the popular vote. That was a big surprise. But you were talking about California, and I think it was like 38% for Trump, which is like a big deal. And then New York was like 45%, which is a big deal.
That is a massive deal in a traditional blue state. That is insane, isn't it? So this is Camel Toe. Now the person that's talking, he came into one of my shorts. This is like most of my new subscribers come in because I do different shorts. I put my animal stuff on because it's just a bit of light-hearted fun because the world is so shit at the moment and I love animals. So I do cover different things on this channel and I do, my core thing is animals, but I also am really into politics, as many of you know, and what's going on around the world. So a lot of people coming through my animal shorts, and Camel Toe commented on my owl short, and I seen his name and I was like, I love your name, it's brilliant. So he subbed, and there you go, he came over. He's new to the channel. Can I say your first name? Is that okay?
Sure, that's fine.
I can see it on the thing. Ben, this is Ben,
Mhm.
and he is from North Carolina. So they love your accent, Ben. They really do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's southern USA, but
I love the American accent.
I love the English accent. I think it's
Do
really
ya?
cool. Except Scousers. I don't those
A like a like Liverpool. Yeah. I don't hate any accent. I don't. Yeah, I like women more than the men accent in Liverpudlian. I bet you can't understand the Scottish, can you? Very well, because we
No,
struggle in England to
yeah,
understand.
not at all. I don't even
There you
try.
go. Kate is a Scouser. Don't want to offend any Liverpudlians. Like I say, the women. I think the women are hot. The women sound. I love Geordie accent as well. 1:46 in Utah. What time is it there? Because have your clock's gone back yet?
Yeah, so it's like 3:46 in the
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah, because for a short time you were only 4 hours behind us, but your clocks have gone back now. So yeah, so it's 4:45. So you've been up all night. You must be
Yep.
shattered.
A bit, but I'm
Yeah.
still excited about
And
the
you've still came up to this stream.
I can't sleep.
I
So-
know. I bet you're just so excited. Now, do you believe that Kamala has got as many votes as they're saying? Because you know, when you're talking to people, family and friends, do you know people that were voting for her?
Actually, I didn't. I do know a couple people that voted for her. I think based off the results, it's probably pretty accurate because I know a lot of people were voting based off of the abortion rights, which is, you talked a little bit about it. It was
Yeah.
a ridiculous thing because whether it's Trump or Kamala, they can't do anything about the current abortion laws anyway. It has nothing to do with their power. It goes to the Supreme Court. And like you were saying, Trump never he brought it down to the states. So the Roe v. Wade situation, that's on the federal level. But by getting rid of that, it was just down to a state by state decision. So the people that say that he was trying to get rid of abortions are the same people that could just get abortions in their own state if they wanted to. So it was a complete lie.
Yeah, it really was a complete lie. And our mainstream media over here, they have been saying now constantly, even like this so-called, we've got like our own version of Fox News now. We never used to. They actually banned Fox News in this country a few years ago. It's banned. That's how far left we are.
That's crazy.
And that was under our conservative, which is our Republican. Our Republican are like your Democrat. And our version of the Democrat are like communist, full-blown communist. But not in a good way communist. You can have that. Communism usually looks after their own, at least. They don't even do that. And they banned Fox News as far right.
Wow.
It's insane. Anyway, we've got our own sort of version now called GB News, and it is centre right news channel, and and even that is seen as, you know, fascist, and they call it KGB news because you support Russia, you must support Putin. It's ridiculous.
That's crazy.
But even they have been saying, like, for the last couple of weeks, do you know, have you heard of Nigel Farage?
Yeah.
He is the leader of a fringe party here that's sort of coming up and coming. He's a good friend of President Trump. He does a show on here as well. And even they were saying it was neck and neck. He wasn't, Nigel Farage wasn't, but the news channel as a whole were like, it's so close that there's not a hair in it. It's the closest election in decades. And I kept saying, that is not true. And then they were saying that she was 3 points ahead in Iowa. They found one poll that
was
put her
crazy.
ahead. And, and they were running with it. And that's why I was like, if they're going to rig it so it's too close and then they're going to have to go to court, that's what I thought they were going to try and do. I knew that Trump would win by landslide, but he did last time, and they did something. I thought they were going to try and drag it through the courts, drag it on and on and on. This is what the Democrats, I thought, was going to do, and try and call martial law. And then if you're under martial law, they cannot do an inauguration anyway.
Mhm.
and but they it's too big to rig, you
Yep.
know. Is
Yep.
that so? What are you tell me what you think on what I've just said.
Yeah, I think it's pretty accurate. I think the Trump campaign and particularly Laura Trump, who is I think co-chair of the RNC, something like that,
Yeah.
was over the whole, making sure the ballots were legit and there wasn't any fraud. They were on top of it. They challenged a lot of duplicate ballots. They found a lot of stuff, and I think
Really?
yep. It was in Michigan. They found a ton of duplicate ballots that they ended up kicking out. So they were on top of it from the beginning. We weren't ready in 2020 for everything that happened, but we were ready
Ah.
this time. So there were a couple things that happened, but it didn't affect what was going on. So I think really honestly, they overestimated their own power by just thinking they could just install whatever candidate they wanted and it would be okay because the mainstream media can just say whatever they want and
Yeah.
they would get away with it. And it didn't happen because there was so much enthusiasm for Trump that they just sort of assumed they were going to win, and it
Yeah.
wasn't close. Yep.
It was not close. I totally agree. Being like on social media and on different platforms, hello Jenna love. I honestly I talk to a lot of people from all different places, like I talk to people from I've got a lot of friends in the US.
Mhm.
Even on like your traditional left-wing social media, like your Instagram
Mhm.
and
Reddit.
Facebook, I have a look around and just try and get the feel. And everywhere is Trump. Like YouTube, you go into any sort of YouTube chat on CNN or any left or right, you look at the comment section, it's all for President Trump. And there's
Mhm.
only, that it wasn't like an even amount. I did a poll on my channel, it got over 1,000 votes, and I'm not even in America.
Mhm.
And Trump was won by I think like 64%, and then there was a
Mhm.
lot of don't knows. She only got about 14%.
Mhm.
And there's everyone can vote. Americans, who do you think's going to win? Just the feel of just general. You're going to get your hardcore Democrats. It
Mhm.
doesn't matter what he does or what he says, they're going to vote Democrat. You're going to get people that just hate him because they don't like him because
Yep.
of such a big personality. He's a Marmite character. You get someone with such a big personality, it's going to be a case of people just hate him no matter what he says or what he does.
Mhm.
But even as a whole, people were just really, really supportive of him everywhere I looked.
Mhm.
Hello, Fiona. Yeah, great news, guys. Again, if you support Kamala, please don't be shy. No one's going to take the piss at all. We're not like that. And if you want to come up, I'm just going to take like any Americans that have voted. If you want to come up and let me know you voted for and why, can you tell me why you voted for Donald? Are you a Republican?
Yeah.
Usually,
So I've always voted Republican over the past couple cycles. Technically, I'm an independent because I don't really like either party that much. But
Yeah.
it wasn't even I mean, I was definitely going to vote for Trump. I mean, for every reason possible. I mean, I don't know how much Elon Musk you've heard or listened to.
Yeah, I do. I
Um,
follow him on Twitter and stuff.
Did you listen to his recent Joe Rogan interview by chance?
I caught bits of it. I didn't hear bits of it last night,
Yeah,
but I didn't hear the whole thing.
so what he talks about is a big issue, which is, we have illegal immigrants like pouring into the country,
Yeah.
and they're specifically being flown out to these swing states.
Yeah.
So North Carolina, I mean, even ones that aren't swing states like California. And
Yeah.
so California, for example, even though it's Democratic, if you have an increase in population, the number of delegates you get in that state increases. So right now it's what, like 54? But if you increase the population with a bunch of illegal immigrants, they're going to get more votes for
Yeah.
California. So
Yeah.
when you see this mass immigration where they're obviously just letting them in, they're just, borders wide open. You have that, and then you have it to where it's illegal to ask for voter ID in certain states. It's obvious
Yeah.
what's happening. They're trying to
Yeah.
make it a uniparty Democratic state.
Yeah.
and especially with how the whole Kamala situation happened, she got 0 delegates in 2020, and there was no primary held, so they just appointed her. And so you put all that together, and it's obvious what they're trying to do, just have those like fake elections that, you know, dictatorships have. So
Yeah, that's what they're doing over here. But over here, the way that, excuse me, our electoral system is so flawed. So basically, Nigel Farage, who is the leader of Reform, who is like a fringe party, they're like the traditional Republicans. They're like a centre-right party, what our Conservatives used to be. And he got over 4 million votes and only got 6 seats, 6 of them in the House. And then you've got another party that got like 2 million votes and it's got 72 representatives in the House.
yeah,
That's how our it's so backwards, it doesn't work.
right.
So
So I'm curious, because I know I think France, the way they do elections, I kind of understand that. But how do you guys do your elections? Because for you to know the Iowa poll, you know American politics like pretty well for you to know something like that. So, you know, we have like mail-in ballots and you lose the whole chain of custody. And we have like all these issues where it used to be you had 1 day to vote and it's a paper ballot.
Yeah.
And you count it. And, you know, now it's nothing like that. Do you guys have mail-in ballots and all that? How does that work?
Yeah, we've been doing postal votes for years, decades, but it was only for people who couldn't get out. So you're elderly, you had to register. This is years ago. It's different now. Anyone can do it now. You had to be sort of disabled, elderly. You had to be registered as disabled, and you had to apply for the right to have a postal vote, and you got it weeks in advance. But now anyone can do a postal vote. So they'll send they'll send us a card. Twice a year we get a letter saying, do you want postal votes? Are you still living at that address? This is correct, sort of thing. And if you don't apply for a postal vote, then you just get given these cards that come through a couple of weeks before election day, and you'd go to the booth, and I don't know about you guys, but it's all in pencil. They give you pencils. I always take a pen. They do not provide pens at the booth. They give you pencils.
Crazy. Pencils.
They only provide pencils. And when I went last time and voted, I actually said, I haven't got my pen with me. Can I have a pen? No, we don't allow pens unless you bring your own. So that is how corrupt. It's so corrupt. And we haven't got those machine votes that you have, which I know that was a big problem in 2020. Do you still use those machines in some states?
Yep, we still use them. They could be different machines, because the ones you're talking about were the Dominion voting machines that I think the Dominion headquarters might be in Canada. It was out of the country. I don't remember where. I don't know if we still use like Dominion, but we have like machines like that still. Yeah.
Because I was watching on the news, and they were showing people voting, and they have like a machine where you actually put your poll card into the machine. Is that how you did yours?
Yep.
Yeah, here you do it with pencil, and then you just pop it into a little box on the desk, and anyone can just pick up that box, throw them out on the floor, and it's not even like sealed or anything.
That's crazy.
And we are the original democracy in the entire world.
Right.
And we are a laughing stock. And the only reason why this guy got in that, I genuinely don't know anyone that voted for Keir Starmer. I genuinely don't. None of my family voted for him. They all voted for Nigel Farage's party. And he got in purely because the Conservatives, who is our Republican, are just so wet and so far left now, funding Ukraine and all the things that they are not conservative at all. They were so bad. They changed leader 5 times. No one voted for any of their leaders to become. They just automatically got to be leader because they just kept on swapping leaders around, and people got sick of their party. And then somehow Keir Starmer's got in just because nobody voted for the other party, and he's ended up in charge with this massive majority and he's just destroying this country. Like, I don't know if you're aware, people are in prison for like holding a placard at at a protest. One guy, an elderly man, a granddad, he died. They said he hung himself, but I don't know whether he was bumped off. But a couple of weeks ago, he's a political prisoner. He was put in prison for being at a protest and holding a placard. He got 2.5 years for that.
Wow.
Other people have wrote things on Facebook. Now,
Yeah,
I
I've
don't
heard
know
about
if you're
that.
aware of the. Sorry.
No, sorry. I was just gonna say I've heard about that where I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's a big thing in Germany as well. But I've heard like around the UK that you can get in trouble for hate speech with something you put online, even if it's like from a year ago or something.
Yeah. Even though, is Saskia going? Sorry. Take care, Saskia. Get some sleep, love. Yeah. So basically, it's insane. You can, some of the things that go on social media. Like, I don't want to go on about myself, but I have had some relentless trolling, right? And I mean, to the point where they've gone for my little boy and really disgusting things.
Wow.
That they allow that. They allow that. That's fine. But you say anything against what they call a minority, and you are classed as this, you're ostracized by society and put into jail. Now, a really brief overview. There was some killings in the summer of these 3 little girls at a dance studio, the Southport killings. And the person who did it, we were told, was a Welsh, a British national. He went in and he just randomly hacked at a load of children, all right?
Wow.
Little girls in a dance class. 3 of them died and some others were left in intensive care. And it came out that he was an Islamist, he was a migrant, and it was a terrorist attack. And the government tried to say that it wasn't, and everyone was rioting. They were angry because this isn't the first time that this has happened. We've had people beheaded in the streets. We've had children murdered by jihadis, or whatever you want to call them. So everyone was going mad and protested. And then you get the idiots that go too far. You're always going to get idiots who started like throwing things at the asylum seeker hotels, because they're all in like 4-star hotels with free meals a day and money when they come here illegally. We don't know who these people are, and people have had enough. And there were some people that went too far. I can never condone the violence. People should not be throwing stones at police and saying burn them, and that was disgusting. I don't agree with that, and I said at the time. But you should be able to peacefully protest against people coming in and killing children. And that's when Keir Starmer said that this guy was not a jihadi. He wasn't a Muslim. He was a little Welsh boy, a little British Welsh boy, and you're all racist. Now, it came out last week that they found jihadi manuals in his house, how to be an Islamist, and he was a terrorist. And they've put him in court for that, but they haven't linked terrorism still to him murdering those little girls. And they're still trying to say it wasn't terrorism. So it's like they're gaslighting us, if you know what I mean. The government are gaslighting us into making us mad, but then telling us that it's all in our heads and you're all a bunch of racists. Does that make any sense?
It makes it's what's scary is everything that you've said is basically everything that I'm seeing here, but your situation's worse. And I think a lot of Americans have this same sentiment that I do, where we look to you guys and see what you all are dealing with, and we know that's going to be us in about 10 years. Because I don't know if you've heard of the Overton window, where it shifts more left. So like it's basically what you said, how your Republican version party is like our, or what is it, your
conservatives,
right? So everything shifts more left. So it's basically, that's going to be us in 10 years, because I see the same stuff you're talking about. And for example, Trump, he talks a lot about these illegal immigrants coming in and killing people in these, you know, MS-13 gangs and all these things. And the same thing happens where it's a legitimate concern where any normal person would say, yeah, that's a problem, you know, killing innocent children or women. But the media says, no, it's racist. It's all the
Yeah.
same stuff. And so, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, but
And it's just like massive gaslighting. It's gaslighting 101. And then, and I know you've got a lot of illegals flooding in, but what they've been doing here is actually worse. So we're a little island. Our entire country is smaller than the state of Georgia, and we have 70 million people here. Like, let that sink in. 70 million on this little island.
That's
that is
crazy.
tiny.
Yeah. Wow.
And about 40 million are in, probably not even that indigenous. Then we had, obviously, after the World War II, we had we imported a lot of people from the Commonwealth to help rebuild the country. And those people have been here for generations now, and they've settled, they integrated, and they had children and grandchildren. We've got no issues with that whatsoever. Even, you know, they worked, and they most of them were Christian or no religion. Now, in the last sort of like decade, it's got worse in the last 5 years. We've just been influxed by North African, mostly Muslim men, not women, men, who were just coming over every single day in dinghies, in boats, and they just turn up. And once they get in our waters, we actually go and escort them onto our land. Our government do, or our charities, our lifeboat charities, who we're all funding, the public are. And they actually are bringing them onto our shores in their 30-something thousand this year so far that we know about. And we're bringing them in, we're giving them money, a mobile. They throw the mobile phones, and they throw the passports, they throw all the documents in the channel, in the sea, and they burn their fingerprints off. So we don't know who they are. We don't know where, you know, any of their criminal record whatsoever. And they're all men, and they come in and they put them in hotels, and they get a phone. They get £20 a day to spend, which is about $24. And 3 meals a day in a hotel. And then we've got people on the streets who were out, you know, veterans who have got nowhere to live on the streets. But you've got these people that are arriving, that more will arrive today. Excuse me. They arrive every single day, and they're just putting them everywhere. And even the little villages, and, you know, away from the cities, they're putting them there now, in hotels. They're flooding the country. And the country's done. Like, all of our major cities now are just shitholes, are just ghettos. You can't walk around. They've banned guns, but everyone's got knives. They're hacking it. They've got these machetes, and the crime is just insane in London. London's, and I wouldn't go to London.
That's what I was about to ask, is because I hear about the knife crimes in England, but I always hear specifically London and how dangerous it is.
Yeah, it's like, I'm from the second biggest city originally in the country, in Birmingham, and I left there 13 years ago. It's so dangerous. Like, I moved out to the countryside, but they just keep building houses here because all the people from the city are moving out and coming where we are, and they're just building over all the countryside now. They just keep building over it until there's going to be no countryside left. And me and my husband just want to get out. We want to go to America, but I think we're just too old now. That's the problem. Because
why is age a problem for moving? I mean,
I don't know. It's like, it's a big thing. Like, my husband's, I'm 44 and he's older than me. He's a few years older than me. Now, he could get a job easily because he's an engineer, and he's a qualified engineer in different things to do with engineering as well. You can do like software engineering and different things. So he'd get a job really easily, but it's like, it just, at our age, it's a massive thing, isn't it? You know, and we've got to get a job. I've looked into it. You need money as well,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But we would love to go to the States.
I
Hello,
was
everybody.
curious.
Coming
Yeah,
in.
I was curious because it sounded like you're interested in the United States at least. I know you said you have some friends that are that's in the United States. You could just come down to the southern border and then just cross illegally. You'll fit
Exactly.
right in.
But then they probably wouldn't. It's and this is another thing that I've always said. And going back before Kamala got, Biden,
Mhm.
most of the people that were coming over your border were like Mexico or Latin American.
Mhm.
And I never seen an issue with that. And I know you might think I'm being too liberal now, but they're Christian.
Mhm.
You've got the room,
Mhm.
and you've got a huge country, and they want to work.
Mhm.
But these that are coming out, and I don't mean illegally, as I meant like legally, these people were applying, they were coming in. You've got a massive, massive country compared to us.
Mhm.
And there's work, there's jobs for them, and they want to work. And I know, excuse me, I think Ghost, excuse me, who's in chat now. You're Latino, aren't you, Ghost? And I haven't got any issues with that whatsoever. But I'm told that the people that are coming over now, you're getting what we're getting, the North Africans, and they're coming over, and then they're coming through they're coming up where the Latinos would come up,
Mhm.
and pushing in and
Mhm.
just trying. Is that right?
We've been getting we've been getting North Africans. Specifically, a lot has been Dominicans and Haitians.
Right. Yeah.
Mhm.
In Ohio.
Exactly, Springfield.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they are actually eating cats and dogs. But the thing is, we had that here when Tony Blair was in. He opened up the floodgates to the EU. We had a lot of Eastern Europeans coming in, and they were eating our swans. And our swans are owned by that was then the Queen. I don't know if you know that, but it's the Queen owns the swans. The big white birds with the big long necks. Do you have them over there? They were coming in. They were killing our swans, and they were eating them, and that was we thought that was the worst thing ever. But I would go back to having the Europeans coming in any day now. We did this Brexit thing, which has just made us into a hellhole, because we've now got none of the good things from the EU. And there are some good things in the EU, because they are swinging to the right now. The EU are actually, the nation states are going to the right. And now we're sort of stuck on this little island under this little tin pot dictator. We've been invaded every single day, and it's got worse, That's just my opinion anyway.
So, as we've been talking, I've been thinking about it, trying to figure out what I think the answer is, but I'm curious what you think. So, you all are further left than us. We have the same issues, but you guys have it way worse. What is it that makes the United States and England different? Like, why is it that we aren't at your guys' level of having these issues? Is it because you think we own guns, or is it do you guys not have, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, do you know, the irony is that we've always said, the way when you said to me that you guys say in 10 years it's coming here, we say that about you.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Yeah, everyone says whatever's going on in America will be here in 5 to 10 years. That is what people always say. And I've always said, no, that's wrong. It's the other way around.
Right.
And it really is now, it really is the other way around. So I think the gun thing is a massive, massive problem. And also because we flooded so many migrants in, and the left have taken over every institution going. So our schools, even our scouts are teaching pronouns now, and that boys can be girls and girls can be boys at scout level. Schools, hospitals, everything is rainbow. And the big problem is corporation. It's one thing having government, but when it's corporation, when it's across your social media, you go to buy a pair of, you go to buy a pair of trainers, for example, or a Nike or whatever, Adidas in Pride Month, and you're bombarded with it by everywhere on TV. If you go, corporations have literally taken over I call it corporate fascism, this
Mhm.
new thing. So our children are being brought up to believe, to hate the country. They
Mhm.
want to get rid of the word empire now, completely. If you're going to get an OBE, which is like a medal you can get for doing good, you can get something called an Order of the British Empire.
Mhm.
The children are taught to hate the country, and they're growing up, and then they're having children, and they all hate this country now. And if you're proud, if you fly your flag, you will be arrested. It's that
Really?
insane. Yeah, you can
That makes
fly
no
every
sense.
yeah, you can have every flag you go in, but you'll be arrested. You've got a next door neighbour who's got Palestinian flags coming out of his
Mhm.
car and flying. But if I put an England flag on our car, we'll be arrested for racism.
Yeah.
And it's been happening slowly over time, so that people's minds have followed it. But like the way they did with the COVID, that everyone
Mhm.
went from being free thinking to thinking that everyone should wear a mask, or
Mhm.
it's like a behavioral science thing.
Mhm.
Everyone's been brainwashed, and it's happened slowly. And
Yeah.
it's become a bit like smoking in pubs. That was just
Mhm.
a social norm. Now it's frowned upon
Mhm.
because we've been conditioned to believe that, and that's what's happened here. And our children have believed it, and then their children. Well, not my particular child, but
You I think, so,
and the
I don't know.
guns as well. The guns is a big problem.
Yeah.
Not having any guns.
Right. So I hear this a lot in the United States, and you all probably have heard the same thing, where the conservative argument is, well, the people that are pushing these things, they are the same people who aren't, finding somebody to marry and have kids. They're the ones that are single and alone or whatever. They're not having children. And the more conservative, at least in the United States, the more conservative people and families are the ones that are reproducing more. So the hope is, in the next generations, you'll see more of a push towards conservatism, because those are the people that are reproducing and teaching family, nuclear family type stuff. But the problem is since both parents have to work because everything's so expensive, and it's been the case since World War II, we have to then give our kids to basically the state, which is the school system. And the school system is these people teaching your kids that are these single, very liberal people. They're the ones indoctrinating the kids. And then, the kids, as they grow up, they eventually rebel. And then they have these ideologies that you're talking about. Then they eventually get into, media jobs or whatever. And they all start pushing these same things, and then it becomes a societal problem. That's what I think.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you.
Mhm.
No, excuse me, I'm very traditional. And then people won't agree with me, but I'm still allowed to say it and not going to be arrested yet. I think that the mums should stay at home with the children until they're at school age. That's just my opinion.
Mhm.
But when me and my husband were both working, I had my little boy and I had to stop working because of my health. But I was going to go back to work when he was 6 months. I didn't want to. I think it's horrible.
Mhm.
But what do? They make it so that you can't live
Mhm.
without both parents working. And the children now, they're brought up like they're not even brought up. They're just put into a nursery at like 6 months old. They're not getting any love. And children today, they're like little walking narcissists. They have no
Yeah.
no empathy.
Mhm.
And I home ed my child. I've only got one son, he's 10, and I homeschool him, and I have done from day one. And the difference in him compared to children that are at school, he's so kind, he's so loving, he respects adults, he loves
Mhm.
animals, he helps doing, like, I feed the wildlife in the garden, and he helps with that. And whenever we go to a home ed event, a homeschool event, we call it home education here, but it's homeschooling basically.
Mhm.
We go to like different clubs and whatnot, and there's other homeschool children there. The difference in the children, the big children will help the little children. So you have like a 5-year-old and a 10-year-old will come and help, and everyone gets on. Where at school, you sort of stuck together with when your birthday is. If your birthday is within this these dates, then you are going to go and spend the day every day with those children, whether you like it or not. And it's horrible. Where in home ed groups, children make friends with who they want to, regardless of age or anything. And they're just so they're brought up with love. You know, they're not left at school all day.
Right.
So I'm a big advocate of homeschooling.
I am
And
too.
it is really big over here now, to be honest. Hi, everyone, by the way. Sorry, I've not been looking at chat. I've been chatting to Ben. If you're coming in, Ben is new on the channel. He jumped on to give his thoughts. We ended up going off on a tangent, though, but these things happen. He voted. He's in North Carolina. Ben voted for President Trump. North Carolina was the first of the so-called swing states. Even though Trump won it last time, it was the first to call. And Ben voted. We can all welcome Ben. He's in the chat as Camel Toe Harris. He joined through one of my shorts, and I loved his name. And I was like, I love your name. And I bet you thought to yourself, like, you weren't expecting that, was you? Because
No,
I'm
wasn't.
English and I'm putting
No.
owl stuff on my channel.
I couldn't resist when I saw. I think I saw somebody else with a similar name, or like a play on her name. And so once I had it, I was like, I gotta put it as my username. Yeah.
Well, that's what I was calling her for a long time, Camel Toe. But then I thought, I better. The thing is, I don't want to offend people, because I do have a problem with. I do offend people. I don't mean to. You know, I never mean to offend anybody, but I do end up offending people, not on purpose. But let me just get, before we continue this really good chat, I'm enjoying this chat. Thank you, everyone that's joining us. I'm just going to put the latest on the screen.
Yeah.
So we are going to, right, so I'm going to put us over there. Hello, Edwardston, Athelston. Welcoming everybody. It's looking like Trump has won. He can't really not win now. He's declared victory, even though technically he's got to get another 3 electoral college votes. So I think Alaska will do it. Is that right, Ben?
Yep. And what's weird is looking. It just depends on what media source you use, because I know CNN, even though they had Alaska for Trump, they still had the 266. They still wouldn't even count it. So some of these outlets, they just do not want to concede, even though it's over.
They really don't. And Kamala's disappeared. She's basically, I was watching in the night. Welcome, Ged. I've given you a wrench. I used to watch you years ago, Ged, years and years ago, and then we spoke a couple of months ago, didn't we? But thanks for coming in. It's a good channel. Sub up to him. He's got a good channel. Drop your link if you want, bud. I've given you a wrench. Jogo, I'll give you a wrench as well in a minute. Hang on. We're gonna watch his speech. Is that okay? Because there's a lot of people coming in that don't know what's going on. Ben, is that okay? Do you want to get off to bed, or you okay for a bit? Or
I'm okay for a bit. Yeah.
Are you sure? Just if you want to go, don't feel obliged to stay. You don't have to. I know you must be really tired. So we're gonna just quickly watch President Trump. I don't know if it cuts off. I'll have to turn it off because it's the BBC, and you know what they're like. Even though it's not there.
We have wiped the map.
Right. Sorry. So he trolls the media. Now, like Ged said, he's the lesser of 2 evils. Even if he's probably just really tired, isn't he, Miss Dog Lover? Even if he is part of the establishment, which I know a lot of people say they're all owned at some point, at some level. He's still funny, and he still trolls the hell out of the media. And anyone that can wind up the establishment and gets the globalists and the lefties having a meltdown is good by me. Is the way I see it.
I know people who hate him, but they say he is pretty funny. So
yeah, he's very funny. Very, very funny. I know some people say that he's not the original and he's a clone, and they bumped him off years ago. Have you got any thoughts on that?
Is that what people say? That's
Yeah,
funny.
we've got hello out Passion Zone. We have people who are really deep into the truth of movement, like really far in. And I have an open mind on everything. I do believe there are clones. I'm not going to lie.
Mhm.
I'm not saying that he's one, but they
Well,
say that he's.
You guys had a Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He was a clone, wasn't he? Pretty close.
I think he was. He was fine. He was great, and then they disappeared. Said he had COVID for 2 weeks, and he nearly died. He came back as a different person. He
Oh,
came back
really?
like a proper dictator.
Oh, wow.
He left
Interesting.
like Trump, and he came back like Biden. It was so weird. And then
Interesting.
he did all the lockdowns. He said, "No lockdowns. We're not going to do any of this crap. Just wash your hands and use common sense."
Mhm.
And then this was in like March 2020. And then he disappeared for like a month. They said that he was dying of COVID and they didn't know if he was going to pull through. He come back and either they've tried to bump him off or they've threatened his family, something, or they have bumped him off and he was a clone. But he came back as totally looked different and he was locking us down and doing all this crazy stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, I do remember when he got it and he was very ill. And I do vaguely remember that whenever he recovered, he did look different, but I don't remember how he looked different. But
Yeah. Do you remember when he was? I don't know if you remember this, but he did a speech after he had COVID, and he looked like he was on a ship. Do you remember that? It was like moving. I don't know if you remember.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that.
When he came back, he literally he got over this COVID. He said he took ivermectin. I don't know if that's true. And he was doing this speech. This was before the election, and it genuinely looked like he was on a boat because they can't. Anybody else remember this? It was moving behind him, and it looked like they had him somewhere like underground or something, like or on a sub or something. Like they were keeping him out of the way. It was really weird. BBC just declared Trump wins. This is an amazing day, people. I'm sorry. I've just looked at GB News. Bev Turner's ecstatic. Have we heard from Kamala yet? Let's get the latest on this. Ben, this is Ben if you're coming in. He is new to the channel. He is in North Carolina. We have friends from North Carolina on here. I've not seen, we've got two. We've got one from North Carolina and one from South Carolina. I've not seen them for a while.
Oh, cool.
One doesn't come on anymore because I think she just doesn't do YouTube. She's here. She's in North Carolina, and then another guy, Tim. I don't know where Tim is. I'm a bit worried about Tim. He's in South Carolina, and he filmed the alligators. Do you have them by you as well? He goes to the local lake. He did a live stream with us once.
Yeah,
And
we do, but not like South Carolina. I bet he's near like Charleston, maybe. But
yeah, I think he comes out of his house, and there's like a massive lake, and you've got snapping turtles in there.
yeah,
And there was alligators sat on the back of the snapping turtles, and they were riding the back.
that's wild.
It was insane. The live stream's still up. Tim's a lovely guy. Right, so I'm just having a quick look at the latest. So just bear with me a sec, folks. The only reason why I'm using the BBC, guys, is because they don't have any ads. The BBC is our British, like our broadcaster, state broadcaster. They make us pay for it, though. I don't pay for mine. But you have to pay a TV license to watch the TV in this country. It's insane. And you have to pay road tax and car tax. I don't think you have that over there, do you? Are you still there? Ben, are you still there?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear you. Poncho Pete,
Okay.
yes. He thought that everybody was inverted. Hello, little Miss Sunshine. Yes. Do you remember that Tony guy, that crazy Tony? I think you were around then. Right, okay. So guys, this is the results. The BBC haven't declared it. Who said the BBC have declared it? I don't think they have. Hang on. Why are we looking at this, Ben? What are your media saying over there? Are your media declaring that he's won?
I don't remember which ones did. I know a few did. I don't. New York Times may have. I know CNN hasn't.
Right.
But I can't remember off the top of my head. But at least a couple already have. So I
Yeah.
remember seeing the little check mark by his name.
So let me just see if I can get up. The BBC is actually acting a bit shit at the moment. They are so, you can tell by the whole website, they're not happy.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find another. Hold on a sec. So at the moment, guys, if you're coming in and you want to know what's going on, Donald Trump is expected to win. He's just won Montana. Hold on. If that's the case, that's got 4 electoral votes. That's it. If that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you on where how many votes he's got? Are you?
So it seems like all of the states that are guaranteed for Trump, like Montana, for example, they haven't called it, even though they know it's going to go to him. So
Yeah.
That would put him to 270 right there. Yep.
Yeah, it would. Yeah, just 271, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Is it 266 at the moment? Is that right?
It's 266. I don't remember how many votes Montana has.
Right. So we're going to get the latest. Let me just get this up. Montana's got 4 electoral
Okay, that
votes.
was 270 on the number.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. What am I on about? Honestly. And I've been to sleep, not for long, but I've been to sleep. You haven't.
Differently in England, so it's okay.
It's okay. Apparently, I can't count from 266 to 270. Right. Hold on. Right. Okay. So I'm just giving you a quick rundown. If you're coming in, folks, good morning. Good morning. We are watching these elections unfold. I'm going to give you the latest now, the complete latest, up to date. I know you can't see it, but I can read that. Just going to chat. Oh, Zeus Scott, let me just give you a wrench. Hold on. I'm so glad you came in, Ben. I really am. It's meant to be, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's great.
Someone to make Britain great again. We need Nigel Farage. I know people. He's not the best, and he's not. It's not perfect, right? But compared to these lot now, at least he says it like it is.
Mm-hmm.
I never used to like Nigel Farage, and I know he's not perfect, but he is our only version of Trump.
Yeah.
They're going to have to stop the Ukraine now, Katie. He is. Does that worry you, Ben, that they're going to try and bump him off?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, they tried it twice.
It's concerning.
I don't now. To be clear, he won the election, and I don't know, since he won it so easily. I don't know what the narrative is going to be tomorrow. I don't think it's going to be that Russia interfered. I don't think it's going to be that there was some like nefarious things. I think they'll accept that he won, but I don't know. I don't think he'll make it to election. I won't say that, but our inauguration date is January 20th. That's when he actually becomes president. So right now he's just president-elect. I know he's supposed to be sentenced to prison sometime later this month. I don't know how that works. But they're going
to be immune, won't he, if he's president-elect? I don't know. Well, he's not president, is he? But
No.
I don't think. I don't know.
So,
you know more than me.
Well, no. So, yeah, he's considered president-elect. So he's not going to be the president until January 20th. So between now and then, he doesn't hold that title. So I don't know exactly how that works with the whole sentence.
Yeah, but he's president-elect, so he's guaranteed to be president.
But he won't be president till the 20th. So it's like, I don't know if you can he can't what's the word, pardon himself as president-elect because he's not the president. So yeah, I don't know how that works. So we're gonna figure it out.
Yeah, there's got to be lawyers that would know this,
right? Yeah, but yeah, I think every time he has a rally, I worry.
Mm,
So and that's what a lot of people have been saying. As I've been watching the election like unfold, I've been going to different podcasts, and some of them are saying
yeah.
just be safe, just find somewhere to be safe and don't get killed till you become.
Honestly, I think the best thing for him to do is to stay in his golf place in Florida, is
Mhm.
Magdalena, or whatever it's called, and just stay out the way.
Yep.
But that's not him, is it?
Nope.
That's just not him.
Nope, not at all. Yeah.
Yeah, hold up till Jan. It is really worrying. Like they've already tried to kill him 3 times. So I'm just going to refresh this for everyone. Just going to give you the latest. So Trump will wake up to a pure. US will wake up to a pure Trump America, is what they're now saying. One of the Sky News people are in Washington D.C. Then they're saying Nevada. Trump improves swing in typically Democratic counties. So, in the battleground state of Nevada, the swing from the Democratic to the Republican Party stands at 3.5% points, with 93% of the vote counted. Our partner NBC News reports the Sky News is partnered with NBC. Apparently, I think it's owned by Disney now. Disney bought out one of our main news channels. Disney own Sky News now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they've owned it for a few years, and ever since then they've gone far left.
Is Sky News in Australia?
Right, there's a Sky News Australia. They never sold out. It's really confusing. They didn't sell out the same as our Sky News did.
Gotcha.
Sky News Australia stayed independent, which is why they're so good, because you can watch them on YouTube. Do you ever watch them on YouTube?
Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah.
They're good. Our Sky News got bought out by Disney, whoever owned Disney. Is it Comcast, I think?
Mm-hmm.
They bought Sky, and now our Sky is just fake news.
Yep.
So
you stay on top of the news. You know all this stuff. I'm impressed.
I'm a bit sad, aren't I?
That's good.
I do. I follow a lot of politics. I've got hobbies, right? My main hobby is animals. Okay, I've got 5 rescue bunnies, and we've got a couple of new puppies as well. I love animals. I feed the wildlife. We have hedgehogs, birds, and I really love animals. My second biggest love in this world is politics. I love American politics. I need to learn more about it. I don't know as much as what I'd like to know, but I do follow politics quite a lot.
Funny is, I guarantee you
I don't, Katie. No, I don't watch any other YouTubers really.
You know more U.S. politics than probably most United States citizens, I would say. It's pretty sad. We don't even know how our own government works, not even close. So, yeah.
Well, the same here, most people just don't. You see, I've always been interested in politics since I was like 9 years old. So
run for prime minister.
Well, they've actually. I've joined the Reform Party a couple of years ago, the one who Nigel Farage heads, and they did actually ask me to run for local council, but it's not something that I want to do at the moment because I've got my son. I homeschool my son. I've got disabilities as well. But I said, like, in about 5-10 years, maybe when I've got more time, it might be something that I would look into.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I can be bothered with it all. That's the problem.
I understand.
Right, okay. So officially we're still at 266. If you're coming in, guys, welcome in. We are covering the election. Officially it hasn't been called yet, okay? But no, I don't watch him, Katie. I don't watch. The only other YouTubers I watch to do with politics is Paz. So Trump's declared victory. World leaders have congratulated him. So even Starmer, we're going to read his message in a minute. Has he, Donna? But Harris is yet to speak. Now, I woke up at like 4-5 o'clock this morning. No, he invited me onto his channel, Zeus Scott, and I said, no, I'm not a fan. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the chat. I shouldn't read the chat. I woke up at like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and there was watch parties on Fox News were doing like a watch party of Kamala and a watch party of the Trump team. And the first thing I noticed when I said this to AI It's my husband in the chat. The Kamala one was all of her and her mates doing stupid dances in a line, like the arrogance, like we've won, like we don't need to. And then the MAGA room, it tied like a big hall, and they were all there with watching the screens, and they were all in the MAGA supporters were there with their hats on, and they were all talking to each other, not acting like total pricks. You know, they were actually watching the results coming in, and all the Kamala team wanted to do was just prat about and think we've won this. We don't need to make any, you know, they don't even understand the way that the votes work. They weren't even watching it on the screen. And I thought to myself, you arrogant little bastards. And then as I was watching it, Georgia got called, because North Carolina called first and Georgia got called for Trump. And all of a sudden they all stopped dancing, and like, they must have been told, you know, Georgia's gone, and they were like, oh shit. And then they quickly like cut off them. And I thought to myself then, I thought, you arrogant little bastards. They're not reading the room. No, they're not. They're really not. Hello, Space Cat, by the way. I'm picturing your dog watching the election. Oh, I thought you were talking to me then. Right, okay. So let's have a quick look at this. He's won the Senate, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And he's winning the popular vote as well.
Yes.
I put a bet on a couple of weeks ago. I got really shit odds though, right? Let me just see what the bet was that I did. I put a bet on that he won everything. The presidency, the
Popular vote.
popular vote, and the Senate. And what about the House of Representatives?
That one's I haven't checked in a while. That one was still up in the air, but it was looking pretty promising, but not totally sure.
Okay. Let me see if I can find my my betting slip. My bets. Right. Okay, bet details. Let me just see what I did. I only put £4 on and I win 20. I should have put, when I did it, the odds were so bad and I just didn't have any money to do it. I did a bet to say that he would get 51% or more of the vote, and that's looking good. Why didn't I put
good bet? Because I know a lot of people didn't actually think he would get the popular vote, because Republicans normally don't get those. So
no, they don't. It was still shit odds though. So
yeah.
I'll get £20 back. Oh, I just wish I'd had more money and I would have put more in. I wished I'd done it before that as well.
Yeah.
You know, but Hillary got the popular vote, didn't she? And still lost.
And Joe Biden did too, supposedly.
Yeah, apparently Joe Biden got more votes than Obama did when Obama won.
And he didn't get out of his state.
Up. Exactly. You couldn't make this shit up. Okay, so if you're coming in, guys, Trump has declared victory. Is that yet to win officially? This is nothing like 2020. Ben, for the people that are just joining us now, because there's going to be people waking up, would you tell people again what you were saying about they were more on top of it this year? So you know the way you said that they were trying to, Ben is new and he's in North Carolina, guys, and he's going to explain it to us.
Yeah, so some of the things that I was hearing was, you know, in 2020, nobody was really, the Republican Party was not prepared for all the shenanigans that happened in the 2020 election, you know, with ballots and voter machines and duplications and all these issues. Since then, I know Laura Trump, which I think she's actually from North Carolina. It's Donald Trump's daughter-in-law. She was one of the leaders in getting the Republican Party to lawyer up, have lawyers on standby, you know, keep track of, particularly in the swing states, okay, what's the registration count? What's the ballot count? Are there duplications? You know, just being really on top of it. And I know early on, I believe it was one of the counties in Pennsylvania. They had some issue where they were turning away Trump supporters because the county was a red Republican county. They were turning them away way earlier than they should have, saying that they were closing the polls. So we filed a lawsuit, won, and so they had to reopen the polls for an additional day and I think it was a 7-hour-long line of Trump supporters for early voting. There was another case in Michigan, I think it was Detroit, Michigan, where the team found several hundreds of thousands of duplicate ballots that ended up not being counted. And I think Trump said in Lancaster, I don't know if it's Michigan or Pennsylvania, they found an extra over 2,000 fake registrations. And it was all the same handwriting and all that. So things like that, they were on top of. Outside of those few instances, it seemed like outside of some crazy things that happened, like in Georgia when there was like fake bomb threats, outside of things like that, it went pretty smoothly. And I think it was because we had such a big lead all night that we didn't have to worry. It was too big to rig.
Yeah. Okay, so there you go. So Ben has just given us a rundown. Are you a member of the Republican Party, or you just vote for? You not? No, you said, didn't you? You just vote for who you think is going to do the best job.
Yeah,
Is that right?
Independent. Yeah.
Yeah. So if, for example, next time there was a there was a decent Democrat voter, you're not just loyal to the Republicans. You support who you think's going to do the best job.
Right.
You're not a diehard Republican.
Correct. Yeah.
Have you ever voted Democrat?
I've never voted Democrat. This is the third time I've voted, or third time I've voted. I voted independent once though, but the way the Democrats are, if it was like Democrats of old, I would have no problem voting for them. But the Republicans today are the Democrats of old. So
yeah, that's exactly what's happening. It's weird, isn't it? And then you've got like your neocons, which are like your George Bush, and then you've got your Mike Pence sort of people that are really more going to they're more, people say the left, but I don't think it's left and right anymore. It's more like globalists against the non-globalists.
You nailed it. Yeah. The more we've paid attention, the more we see both the Republicans and the Democrats. They're all on the same team.
Yeah, uniparty is what we call them over here.
Yeah, exactly.
King,
this just came to mind. I think you'll find it funny. I saw a headline earlier whenever the election was kind of getting out of hand that it was clear Trump was going to win. Somebody, I don't know if it was a tweet from a major person or if it was an actual headline. They said something like, Kamala Harris wasn't able to overcome Biden's economy. And somebody mentioned, I thought the economy was good. They've been telling us for 4 years the economy's great. What about that?
Yeah, the neocons. Yeah, this is the thing here. It's like we had this uniparty, but we have just got a new leader of our version of the Republicans. The new leader is the first ever black leader. She's a black female. She was born here. Then she spent the first 16 years in Nigeria, where she's a family are from, and then she moved back to London. Her name's Kemi Badenoch, and I actually think she's going to be good. I don't care what colour you are, if you know what you're doing and you love the country. Even though she's black, she actually says to white people, be proud of your country, stop hating your country. And it's taken a black person to say that. And do you know what the left have said to her? That you are a white supremacist in blackface.
I knew you were going to say that.
How racist can you get?
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's insane. My mind gets fried. Hello, Donna. Guest is great. Same as ads. New improves have been buying rubbish up to now. How's everyone doing? I'm just going to pop to the loo, as you call it, a bathroom. Bathroom break.
You nailed it. Yeah.
I'm just going to pop to we call it the loo. Ben? Are you okay? Just for what? I'll be like a couple of minutes. Yeah, is that okay? Can you see the chat, or if you got another device where you can read the chat at all?
I can get on another device and I can just read it.
Because I thought, while I'm gone, if anyone in the chat wants to ask you any questions, if that's
I'll
okay.
co-host it. Sure.
Guys, just bear in mind that Ben is in North Carolina, and it is almost 5 a.m. there, and he's been up all night. Is that right? Is it the right time?
That's correct. So don't hold me to anything.
Yeah. So, you know, but it's going to be the Ben show for a short time. Thank you again to the Bunny Benny show. Made that up. I think I might change the stream to that name, and I'll be back shortly. So if we can all be kind, because Ben is new, but he's doing really well. North Carolina. Okay,
There
how
you
was that?
go. There, that was
North
pretty
Carolina. I'm going to bathroom break. I'll be back soon.
good. Could have fooled me.
Right. Okay. See you in a minute.
All right. Oh yeah, Katie, I'm very nervous. Yeah, I'm staying up all night, Donna. I'm too pumped about this win. So, what's up, guys? What's up, Jenna? Yeah, the hurricane affected my family. I was a couple hours away from it, so I personally didn't get affected, but I know a lot of people who did. Thanks, M. So are all you guys moderators? Is that how that works? It's a lot of moderators. Are you guys mainly from the UK or? Thanks, guys. Yeah, we actually, in North Carolina, we don't typically get hit by hurricanes because we have the mountains in Western North Carolina. And so when it hit us, we weren't expecting it. We weren't prepared. And since we're in the mountains, we have to rely on like helicopters because, if like Louisiana, for example, gets flooded with a hurricane, they can use actual boats, speedboats. But around here, you got to go by air. So Sydney, Australia, that's pretty cool. Scotland, Birkenhead. Okay. So do Birkenheads have the same accent as Liverpool people? Geoengineering, that's a good question. I don't know enough about it. Let me know what that is. I mean, I can kind of guess what it is, but Cheshire? I probably butchered that. London. Okay. Are you safe in London? Chester. Yes, Scousers. There you go. Do you like Birkenhead? Chemtrailing. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that's definitely a thing. I don't know. Some people had the crazy conspiracies that they intentionally made these hurricanes. I don't think we have that kind of technology, but I mean, I think that, we can kind of get the environment to be, more, having it more willing to make hurricanes, but to make a hurricane, that's crazy. Cornwall. I've heard of it. I have no idea where that's at though. Birkenhead's a crap hole. I feel that. I only know a little bit about the UK, about England. Don't you guys have something called like the Midlands, and like that's like countryside, or am I like way off?
I'm back. Hello.
What's up?
You're doing really well. I've been listening on my phone.
Oh, really? That's
I
funny.
even commented in chat. I do that. You're doing really well.
Thanks.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Hit. Thank you, Scott. Hit the like. Help the algorithms. Because I don't stream anymore, the algorithms just don't like me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I used to stream all the time. I don't stream much now at all. So, right, I'm just looking at the chat. Thank you to our lovely members as well. It's $2.99. If you want to join, you're very welcome to. I cut it down. I just think YouTube.
Penny on the loo with her phone. That's funny.
I was on the loo with my phone. My phone goes to everywhere with me.
Whoever says they don't do
including
that
the
is
loo.
lying.
Sorry?
Whoever says they don't do that is lying.
Exactly. Years ago, before mobile phone, I don't know how old you are, you don't have to say, but I remember before mobile phones, and you'd be on the loo and you'd be reading the backs of like bottles of shampoo. Anybody else used to do that? Admit it. Right. Now, I'm just going to get some news up, okay? I want to see what some of the newspapers are saying about this, because they're going to be a bit more sensationalistic. Is that a word?
You know what's funny is I notice whenever you pull up these articles, it's the way they frame it's funny because it says Trump declares victory, but if Kamala won, they would say Kamala wins.
Yeah, even if she declared it and she
exactly.
hadn't. Yeah, they word it like, it's all just him just being a narcissist, and he's just saying that he's won.
The funny one was, I mentioned in Pennsylvania where Trump had won a lawsuit where they had to reopen the polls for an extra day.
Was that last time? You mean last time, yeah? Or, this time.
This
sorry.
time. Yeah. So what was funny was, I think he posted it on, I guess he's on X or Twitter or Truth Social, whatever he posts on. And he was basically saying, hey, here's this thing that the media is talking about, because they were. And then the media came back and wrote an article saying that Trump claims voter fraud, but they're the ones that wrote the article that he was referring to. So it wow. Just crazy.
Yeah. You couldn't make it up, could you?
Nope.
Now, this is a little bit more like I went, hello, Lee, how you doing? Hello, Steve. Let me just give you a wrench. But yeah, I wrench people who have been here a long time. If you've been here a long time, or if you're a regular, because it means that it's easier to see the name in blue, to be honest with you, on my phone, right? Because my eyesight's not great.
Gotcha.
It's not bad. I can still read and everything, but it's easier. It's brighter. It's not fuzzy. And it just means that like people can like drop links and stuff. And Donna, you'll be. I don't know if I don't know you, Donna, well enough. I've not seen you in real life. I've got to have spoken to them as well and heard their voice, because in the past I've given wrenches to people and they've ended up being under another account, just pretending to be somebody. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I get a lot of trolls. I'd say you were, excuse me, a regular if you're in the loo with your phone, Steve. I love it. Do you like our humour, Ben? Do you like?
I love
do you
it.
like our banter? You do?
Yeah, I do.
We are very, very sarcastic. A lot of Americans don't get our humour. They think that we're being serious when we're not.
You guys are a bunch of Ricky Gervaises.
Yeah, we're very dry. Our humour is extremely dry.
Yeah, we're not like that here, so it's definitely. But I appreciate it.
You don't want a wrench, okay? See, I call it a wrench and not a spanner. Now, a wrench is an American name for a spanner. And do you know what? A really interesting fact for you here, Ben, before we continue in this. The only place in the entirety of the UK where I'm from, we say mum, not mum. So in the UK, it's mum, M-U-M, or mummy. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Or if you go up north to like Newcastle, it's mam. Or certain parts of Wales. Birmingham, where I'm from, we're the only place in the world other than you guys that say mom, M-O-M, mom.
Huh.
and we spell it like that. So it's so
Interesting.
weird. And I think that I think in my last life I was an American. Because when I say mom, people go, "Why did you say that? Do you think you're an American?" I'm like, "No, that's what we say where we're from. That's what we say." If we've got any Brummies in the house who knows what I'm talking about, we say mom. So that was
Mammy.
just a really weird, boring but interesting fact for you there.
Oh,
babe.
that's funny. Yeah.
You may or may not wanted to have known.
Mother.
Yeah, mother. Mother, please. We're British. That's your London.
Scousers are wild. You guys say
Yeah.
a bunch of stuff.
Scousers, yeah. Scousers are pretty good people. They're pretty.
They're the rednecks of England, is what I've been told.
I don't know, actually. No. Well, to me, a redneck is like a country person, and
Yeah.
we haven't really got much countryside left. You know, I moved to a rural little market town, but even if you live in the middle of nowhere in this country, you're never more than about 4 miles from somewhere.
Mm.
It's that small here.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if we do have my version of a redneck, if I had to pick one, would be down southwest, like Somerset, the Combine Harvester, that sort of talk. Expat Brummie mom. There you go, Lorraine. They do have good humour.
Wait, what does that mean?
Team of lies. Oh, I know. I don't care.
Expat Brummie. What does that mean?
It means expat means that they've left Brummie. They've left Birmingham.
Oh, that's what you call Birmingham.
So
Okay.
you have your Birmingham, Alabama. We have our Birmingham. Do you like my American accent?
You can switch between the two. That's impressive.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I don't think it's that good, but
you practiced it though. You've stood in front of a mirror.
I haven't actually. It's just years of being talking to Americans.
Oh, really?
Like, yeah, I've got like really good friends in America. One of my closest friends is in Kentucky.
Oh, really? They have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got friends. I got friends all over.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Yeah. One big pond. I honestly don't care. Yeah. Well, honestly, one big pond. Just quickly about this. Take care, MK Ultra. I'll probably be back on later. Actually. Excuse me. I genuinely don't give a shit what trolls say, what trolls do. Their whole goal in life is to, one, get my channel shut down because they're jealous, and two, make me rage and make me get angry, and then they can clip it and then they can edit it and make it look like I'm a nutter. So the more trolls troll, I don't watch them. I ignore them. The best way to deal with trolls, if anyone is being trolled, don't watch what they do. Don't respond. What you can't see can't hurt you. That's how I deal with them. Exactly, Fruit King. I am literally immune to trolling. And I just laugh. Plus a sertraline helps. Anyway, okay, so we're getting into the red tops now, which is a little bit. Hang on, I think the puppy wants to go out. We've got just quickly for our animal lovers here, for our bird watchers. Space Cat, you need to get Vicky in. We've got a massive crew of starling in my garden, and they are on the fat balls. Sorry about this, Ben. I'm just talking about wildlife now for a moment.
Go for it.
They're on the fat balls, and they're on the. Look at this. Look at the starlings on the fat balls. They're on my feeder, and they're going nuts. Look at this. Quick look. Look at the starling.
Oh, crikey.
Yeah, they're like little gangsters of the bird world, aren't they? Yeah. Anyway, okay, so this is in the sun. It's too big. Donald Trump wins. So it's called David. Don and Dusted. You got to love the red tops. You got to love the newspapers and the puns.
Oh, yeah.
Is what we call them. Don and Dusted. Donald Trump wins, crushing election victory over Kamala Harris, camel toe, if you want to listen to Ben, after swing states go red and leave Democrats humiliated.
That's how you write a headline. That's how
this is why people go, oh, why'd you go to the Sun and why'd you go to the newspapers? Because they're more sensationalistic than just the boring news stuff. That Donald Trump says that he's won, but we can't say. They don't care. The newspapers don't care. So it says, so we're going to go into this. It's a live blog. Trump takes Pennsylvania. Trump flips Georgia. Trump wins North Carolina, which is where Ben is right now.
Right. Yep.
And then we've got his victory speech, which we're not going to listen to again, which it wasn't. He's going to have a better victory speech. And that was just his like pre-victory speech. His commanding performance has left the Democrats humiliated after he flipped Pennsylvania and Georgia and held North Carolina. It says, with Pennsylvania's 19 electoral college votes, 16 from Georgia and North Carolina, and another in Maine, Trump swept to 267 needed out of 270, all before 2 a.m. That's our time. No, that's not right. That's Eastern.
That would be my Eastern Standard.
Your
probably.
time, yeah. And he said it was the greatest political movement. Trump declared it's clear that this is a political victory. Kamala's still quiet. Who's going? Is Space Cat going? Have a good one, Space Cat, darling. Or are you talking to M? Gangster Bunny. Right. Where are we now? Fans desert. Right, hang on a minute. Sorry. I just want to read this bit here. This is because we're actually looking at the newspaper now and not the BBC. It says here, meanwhile, Camel Toe Harris appeared to go into hiding, with her team confirming that she would not be addressing voters tonight. Starlings having a fight. Do you have starlings over there? You do, don't you?
Probably, but I
like
know nothing about birds.
They're literally like the little gangsters of the bird world. They go around in little gangs, and they're
they're probably at this. They sound like they're at the southern border. They're migrating.
Probably,
here, so.
yeah. They're in the caravan. They're queuing up. This is how Ben said we want to go over. We just get in the queue with all the Haitians and the North Africans, and we just go in the queue. We've had 2 dogs.
Are you joking? 2 Brits in that queue get murdered.
Yeah, we wouldn't last very long, would we? Yeah. Maybe we could just go on a boat.
Can you climb a wall?
No, not really. I'm disabled. I've got a bad back.
Well, then you'll need to do it before Trump gets in, I guess.
Yeah, well, yeah, because that wall. Did you see? I don't know whether you would have heard. He said that if he wins, he's going to put a 25% tariff on everything that exports to Mexico unless they build that wall. Did you hear that? That was yesterday.
I heard that, and then he said, and if that doesn't work, then I'll do 50. And if that doesn't work, I'll do 75.
I just love how he trolls.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's the ultimate troll.
But actually, and I heard people talk about it, some of how he talks seems to be pretty important because supposedly whenever he talked to Putin before Trump left office, he would say things like, don't do it. I might bomb you if you decide to go into Ukraine. And, a little bit of deterrent goes a long way.
Yeah, exactly. It's like all right, George. It's like a confident, it's a banter, a joke with a little bit of truth behind it. He's got the same humor that we have. Not all of us don't, not all Brits. Look at Keir Starmer. He hasn't even got a clue what day it is. But a lot of us normal Brits, not like him. That's the sort of things that we would come out with, very dry humor. But his mum was Scottish, wasn't she?
Yeah. Wow, you know a lot. I only learned that recently through one of his podcast sessions. Yeah.
Yeah, his mum he owns a golf club in Scotland, quite a big one, and they wanted to build these big turbines on there, and he said nope.
Yeah, he hates those things
because they're killing all the whales
and the birds.
And all the whales are beaching on our shores because it's messing with their sonar, and they're following the wrong track, and they're ending up on this. And even he said they're beaching all the whales, and they're going to build more around. And he said, "You're not doing any on my land. Don't care how much money you offer me."
Well, you know why, right? It's because he's a white supremacist.
Yeah, of course he is. In orange face, not black face.
Right.
Orange face.
I don't know if
just
you've seen Biden, but Biden puts on some orange too. So
I don't think that's the. I'm sorry, but I don't think that's him.
Biden.
Yeah, I don't think that's him.
Did you see him biting babies on Halloween?
No, on Halloween he was biting babies. What?
Doesn't it sound crazy? But you know it's true. Yeah, he
Yeah,
was. You can look up pictures. He was. Yeah, it's weird. But
he was biting babies.
yep.
Wow. Windmills kills the birds. Yeah, it does.
Mm-hmm. Sure does.
Just look at that, one big pond. Wow, that is impressive. Let me get. Oh, it's gone off the screen. Can you do that again and I'll post it? It won't let me do it. Sorry. It's been reported. Talk TV. Sorry, what have I missed, Donna? Hold on. What did Donna say? Trump. I told you. I don't know why he deleted that. That was a good comment from Michael. I'm gonna give you a wrench, Michael. You're a regular, Michael. You've been here before, haven't you? Yeah, you have. He is too familiar with children. Amethyst.
That's a nice way to put it.
Yeah, overly familiar. I hate
Mhm.
that. Right. What was I going to do? Right. Let me just read this out. Sorry, I distract myself with things very easily. So Kamala's gone into hiding with her team confirming she would not be addressing voters tonight. Pictures from the Harris watch party. This is what I was saying. I was watching in the night. In DC showed downcast voters amid reports of a silent atmosphere as early celebrations wound down. Yeah, they were celebrating, they were dancing. Oh, it's okay, Jenna, darling. It's okay, sweetheart. You were just helping. Yeah, but you didn't block him or anything. You just deleted the comment. It's okay, darling. We allow swearing, obviously, if it was like racist or, doxing, whatever. Yeah, fans deserted the arena grounds in the early hours as a Trump victory began to look more and more likely. Yeah, they were dancing. They were so arrogant. Did you see that one? They said that little stick with that actress, and I forgot what her name is. It's
Cardi B, probably.
Yeah,
Or,
in the mirror, the mimic in the mirror.
Oh, there's been so many. Yeah.
They said that was going to win it for her because she was doing this thing with a celebrity. Oh, I really like that actress as well. She's on that Loot on Apple TV. I don't know if you watch TV. Some of these actresses I really like. Hang on, I think Trump might be coming out again. Hold on. Right, let me just I don't know whether this is live now or if it's pre-recorded. Let me just double check something. I won't be a sec.
Okay.
Doesn't say if it's live or not. I can't believe how tall his son is. It looks like him, doesn't he? Wow.
Yeah, he's huge.
Doesn't he look like him? Do you think he will follow on one day?
I think he'll be politically active. I don't know if he could run for president one day.
You never know. I was watching a clip and he was asked in 1986, would you run? And he said no.
Yeah.
Donald Trump. Yeah, excess of celebs now. Greek news is more or less acting like the BBC. Are you in Greece then, Donna? Jenna, please don't apologise. Barron is a psychopath. Hello, Bailey. Bailey, but Bailey is in America. Are you in San Francisco, Bailey? I know you're in Hawaii for a short time. Bailey, you're a Democrat, aren't you? So everyone is welcome. I've known Bailey for many years, so it doesn't matter who you vote for. Like, I support Donald Trump, but I'm not in the US, so I don't really have a right to tell people who to vote for. Okay, I am. Oh, you're not a Democrat. Okay, sorry. You are in San Francisco. I'm pretty shocked he won. Figured they stitch him up. Lee, I don't think you did. You not hear what Ben said? That they tried to.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to change the votes. I don't give an F about any of our political parties. So there you go. Well done, Bailey.
Wait, does stitch him up mean like try to kill him, or does stitch him up?
No, it means try and
cheat?
fiddle it again like they did last time.
Gotcha.
Oh, look at this. Just Stop Oil have painted over the US embassy. These idiots, orange paint, protesting the lefties. Look, protesting him.
That's so childish.
This is what they do.
Yep.
Do you know they actually sit in the middle of the road and block ambulances getting to hospital?
Yep.
They're such. You don't have them over there, do you?
What?
Just Stop Oil. These idiots. They're all
Oh,
funded
yeah.
by Soros. Do you?
I don't know about that Just Stop Oil movement, but we have idiots like that.
A similar type of thing.
Yeah. We have Antifa.
Right, so I was hoping to get this up. So this is the Harris. I don't know if you can see this, guys, but this is the Harris. Hang on a minute. I need to call AI. Where's Gizmo's chicken? Sorry, I just need to sort one of the dogs out. Just give me a sec. I'll be back. Ask Ben any questions, guys. Why just do something?
Yeah, Bailey, isn't Antifa, wouldn't you consider that an anarcho-communist party? I think that fits. That's right, Katie. Yeah, they act like toddlers because they are. So, Bailey, you're from, what was it, San Francisco? Is that what she said? What do you like it there? If you say you like it, I'm not gonna believe you. I actually saw them. I don't know if it was in Portland or somewhere in Washington State, but there were a few of them that were arrested tonight, I think. Oh, 10 years. Wow. Okay.
Right, okay, I'm back now. No, I was just sorting some chicken out for the dogs. Gizmo, eat your chicken. Come on. Oh, God, this dog's so weird.
Actually, I remember you posted Gizmo. That's like the white and black.
Yeah, he's a little Japanese chin, a little toy dog. He's so weird. He's the most craziest little thing.
He was raising his
bark
leg
or anything.
up or something.
He was what? Sorry.
He was raising his leg up and standing outside, I think was the picture.
Yeah, he does that a lot. Yeah, he stands up. He's so weird with food. He'll walk up to food and then he'll walk away again, and then he'll walk up to food. And he's just walked up to look for some chicken some cooked chicken that his little brother had. And then he's like, "Can I have some?" And then it's an empty bowl. So Al, my husband, went and got the new chicken out. Do you want this one? He just walked off. It's just such a weird little. It's a little camp little dog. He's so camp. He's really camp. So funny though. Yeah. So we've got some Americans here. The artists and weirdness all kind of left. I've missed something.
We were talking about what she thinks of San Francisco and all that. Did they go to like Austin, Texas? I hear a lot of Californians are going to Texas, which kind of reflects how I don't remember how much we won Texas by, but it was like an 8-point victory, I want to say.
I'll have a look in a minute. I'll do another map. I'll do another recap. But look at this. This is I'm just going to put this full screen a minute, but you're still there, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
I still hear you.
Yep.
This is the watch party now. Tampon Tim will be devastated as well. What do you think about JD Vance? What are your thoughts?
I have very mixed. So at the very beginning, I didn't particularly like him.
Did you not know much about him?
No, I didn't know much. The only thing I knew about him was the left was calling him weird.
Yeah, that's all I knew. Yeah.
Yeah. So I started hearing him on the podcast, and I was like, "Oh, this guy's the most normal one out of all of them." And he's very intelligent.
He is. He's not. He's a very clever man, and what I like about him is very family orientated.
Yes.
I'm just looking for some more. And he's an ex-Marine as well.
That's
so
true.
He knows what he's. These people, they may come across as weird because the way that their mind thinks is different to the average person, so they might come across socially awkward because their brain is trained in such a way to see, I'm guessing, like danger everywhere, and think first before you speak, and I'm guessing that might be why he came across as a bit awkward at first.
Mm-hmm.
But he's really, the people have warmed to him, haven't they? Because when he actually relaxes and speaks, he comes across as a very intelligent man and very family orientated. I like him. I think he could go in 2028. I don't know what you think.
Yeah. Supposedly he passed I think they said like the grocery test or the milk test, and supposedly that was being able to actually name off the price of milk in a grocery store, because he's like, in touch ish with, quote unquote normal people. But he's good at like massaging Trump's message. So you know how Trump talks, and JD Vance sort of takes his message and kind of like makes it a little bit more palatable, I think. But what Bailey's saying in chat, was a point that I was going to bring up. So she says the left thinks he's weird because he was so anti-Trump, and then one day he's on Trump's ticket, which I see that both ways. What do you think about that?
You're talking to me or to Bailey?
Yeah, to you, or both, either one.
Excuse me. Well, I don't know that much about him. At first, I didn't really know much about him at all. But then the more I've watched him, he seems to have come into his own. And I think at first he was probably more like mirroring Trump because he didn't have the experience, like is the Ohio, isn't he? Is he Ohio?
Yes, he is.
Senate. So I think on an more of a bigger stage, like a big national stage, is a lot different to being like a local. Is he the governor? I don't know if you call it the governor.
I think he's a first-time senator. I think
he's a senator.
So.
Oh, come here, George. He's quite new to that sort of thing. I think he just needed to come out into his own. At first, he was just parroting Trump because that's first time running. He's very young, isn't he? And he's not. As he does it more, he'll become more out on his own. But he's done the right thing. He's just mirrored what Trump said, because that's what a running mate, an inexperienced running mate especially, will do. They just mirror what the person who who's running for president is going to say. I think he started off doing that, and then he started sort of getting more confident and going out and saying what he wanted to say. But the fact that he didn't like him at first was probably more because he was supporting other Republican candidates. But once he became the nominee, once Donald Trump became the nominee, you either had to sulk because your person didn't get to be in, like, I know a lot of people thought that Ron DeSantis was going to be the nominee, and then that sort of fell off in the last sort of like 12 months, didn't it? In 2022, everyone was talking about Ron DeSantis, and you got to get behind him, or you've got to sulk, and you're going to get some Republicans who are still sulking about this, that he was the nominee. But I think maybe he didn't want Trump to be nominee, but then once he did become nominee, he got behind him, and that's why he flipped.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. I do agree with that. I could also kind of see it. I don't see it as a negative for Trump. Obviously, it worked to have a never Trumper all of a sudden be his VP, because you could make the case, oh well, look, he came around to his senses. Maybe Trump's not so bad. Blah blah blah. But I don't know. Part of me, that my only hesitation is, I could definitely see him being your politician that quickly just goes with whatever is correct in the moment, just to that's my only concern. But a lot of people really like him. Yeah.
Sorry, carry on.
No, that was it. I was just saying that,
Starmer does that. He's a flip flopper. He's a master flip flopper. So he says what he thinks people want to hear, but he doesn't have anything behind it. He just says things. But with, I don't know that much about JD Vance, but from what I've seen, Trump wouldn't have chose him if he thought that. There's no way. Like, Trump chose him for a reason. you know, as his running mate. And if he was critical of Donald Trump before Donald Trump became the nominee, I think that's fine, because the Republicans had several people put forward and they had to choose one. So you're going to get people that didn't want him to be the nominee. But then the fact that once he did become the nominee, you then get behind them, don't you? It's just what adults do. And if he got behind him once he become nominee and he says, right, okay, he wasn't the one I would have wanted, but he is the nominee now, let's support him, then I ain't got an issue with that. I think that actually that shows integrity, not sulking and stuff, which is a lot of these neocons, these Republicans, especially the older ones. They just stuck in their ways and they don't like the MAGA movement. And the thing is, if they had gone with just a run-of-the-mill Republican, they wouldn't have won. It needed a movement, a grassroots movement like MAGA, to get people incentivized to really. Oh, the puppy's just done something to the screen. Hang on. Am I still here?
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael. He wants to go out. I need my husband to take the dogs out the front. Hang on. Let me just message him. I don't know if he's listening. AI, if you're listening, can you please take the dogs out for a bit in the garden, because they want to go and play. I usually take them out first thing in the morning, you see. Take them in the garden, let them run around and, you know, do their puppy stuff. And because I haven't, because I'm doing this, they're getting frustrated and chewing my laptop and stuff. And until I get what I might do is cut this off soon, I don't know, and then come back on. I'll say, you need to get some sleep though, or you're still too excited.
Well, for some reason,
you know,
just
that you
can't
just need some
sleep.
sleep.
So, yeah, I'm probably just gonna stay up, you know.
Really?
Because, you know, if you sleep like an hour, it makes you more sleepy than if you just kind of stay up.
Oh,
And
there you are.
power through.
I find that leave a message after, but I find a power nap is good. But I'm that sort of person that the more sleep I have, the more sleep I seem to need. And
Right.
want. You know, like a power nap does me. Yeah, please take the pups out. We dogs right? No, they really weren't. Especially George. They were not good with fireworks. I wish that worked for me. Yeah, I'm sort of. I can have power naps. Like I need an hour. Two will be good, but you know, some people can have like a 20-minute power nap and be completely revitalized, sort of thing.
I hear 20 minutes is like the perfect amount for a power nap.
Yeah, I've heard that too. So have you got much to do today, or can you just chill?
Well,
'Cause you must be so tired.
I'm surprised I'm not more tired, but I'm gonna be working from home today, so I'm gonna sneak in some naps and I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Yeah, do it. As long as you don't have to like take calls and stuff. That would be tragic, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. And I did see, I don't know if David Dukes is still in the chat, but he asked if I was looking forward to seeing an episode of The View and Whoopi Goldberg. Yeah. I've never been so excited to watch The View.
Yeah, I can't stand her. I absolutely hate that woman. And it's a shame because I used to like her in the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
You know, like I used to like her.
Well, they used to like Trump in the 80s.
Yeah, and Trump has actually supported. Our Rose is still here. He supported Democrats in the past. He's funded them. It's not, you know, 20, 30 years ago, he wouldn't even be thinking about running as a Republican. It's only because they've all gone so far the left and they're destroying the country with globalism.
Well, the thing is going back to an earlier point about how, you know, things tend to move left. He's not. I know he's a Republican on paper, but he's not really a Republican. He has some Republican values, but really he's a moderate, in my opinion.
Who's talking about? Trump, sorry.
Trump, yeah.
Yeah, he's a businessman. He's gonna be egotistical. Of course he is. He's gonna probably be a bit narcissistic as well, because you don't get to where you are by being all lovely. You know, but that's just me being devil's advocate when people say, oh, you know, he's not you talk about him like he's Messiah. I don't. He's not a Messiah.
Right.
but the way the world is going, he isn't a globalist. That's the difference.
That
Yeah,
is
he's
the
going to be
difference.
out for himself, and America does well. He does well. America sells out to China and you know, all these globalists. Then he loses money. That's just the way it is. And I'm sure he's coming up to 80 now, isn't he? He'd want to
Mhm.
be doing his golf and chilling, and you know, he's doing these things for
Mhm.
America and for his children.
Yeah, it's incredible. I don't know how he has that much energy at that. He has more energy than I do.
Honestly, these rallies, what he's been doing, like day after day, he's done, what was it, 9,000 rallies in total in the last like 9 years or something he's done.
Something like that. He had 4 rallies the last day, and the Democrats say, "Oh, he's tired." Meanwhile, Kamala Harris, she does like 7-minute speeches and then leaves. It's like,
Yeah,
this is crazy.
and that debate they had was so one-sided. She was allowed to get away with these blatant lies, and
Mhm.
I found that the biggest piece of propaganda in state interference I've ever seen. And it should have been done in a neutral setting. And it's like the Joe Rogan podcast. She
Mhm.
wouldn't do it, but then to try and gaslight him, she said, "I'll do it if you come to me," so that she can then make out like she didn't turn him down. Well, she basically did, because you are not above going to his podcast. It's his studio. You go to him. Everyone
Mhm.
goes to Joe Rogan. He doesn't fly around the country chasing you. She knows he will. She knows he'll say no. So then
Mhm.
she can go, "Well, I did offer." No, you were
Yep.
scared, because if Kamala is questioned by somebody who isn't following the narrative or paid to do that, she's got no argument. And seeing all these Democrats saying we want change, well, she's been there for 3.5 years. So
Right.
how is she changed? She's the continuity candidate.
Right. Yeah,
And the
none of it made
biggest
any
thing, she
sense.
had no votes. She had not one vote to get to be the nominee. Sorry, carry on.
Yep.
I'm going off on one now. Sorry.
No, I
Hi,
love it.
Stephen.
It's so funny. You sound just like you sound like you live here, because you're saying all the things that we say. I completely agree.
Really?
Yes.
I
You
think that I should be. I genuinely think that I was probably American in my last life.
yeah. You guys should move here and then vote for, well, it won't be Trump next time, but you need to help us out here with the
I would love
craziness.
to. I
Save
genuinely would
America.
love to. But there's so mmany things that stops us, like
Oh, I
money.
understand. Yeah.
Money at the moment. I've been medically retired because of
Mhm.
my disabilities. So there's a lot of things that's stopping us. Otherwise, I think to myself, when my son's 10 now, when he gets older, you know, if he goes, I'm hoping he'll take us with him. You know, like,
Right.
where you come to, you know, go and get yourself set up over there. I think that's the only way we're going to get out of here,
Yeah.
because he's only 10 and he's already learning how to code, and he wants to be a games developer.
Nice.
And I think in this day and age, that's the sort of job you need to go in, because it's moving with the times. And these are the, you know, if you become a games developer and you work with a big company, you can make big money.
Oh, for sure.
And he's so bright. He's diagnosed with autism, but he's very bright, because he focuses on what's going on. Hang on. You all right? I don't know what's going on outside with the puppies. I think they're just playing. Sorry. What are the people saying in chat? No, it's nice where we live, Terry Knowles. It's okay here. It's nice here. Not where I live now, yeah. Over 3 hours, yeah, she wouldn't have coped. But just in general, it's just the country, you know.
Mhm.
I just hate this country.
Yeah. And speaking of the like the coding and things like that, because I saw a comment by LC saying that that they like Elon, and I do think, because he's one of the, he's very intelligent. He's one of the people who really warns about artificial intelligence and how that could get out of hand. I would like for him to have a role in that, in the government, sort of putting regulations on AI, because I'm concerned that if we let AI go completely unregulated, it's going to take too many people's jobs, and there'll be a lot of unemployment, and we'll have like some universal basic income. So
Well, that's what they're doing here.
mhm.
They've got this thing called universal credit, and most people get it, even if it's just a tiny little bit, right? Even if it's like, most people qualify for it, unless you're really, really rich. It depends on what you earn, on what you get. But some people will get like, I don't know, like even if it's just like £10 a week, it's the most minute amount. It's what they call universal credit, and unless you've really got a lot of money, you end up going on it. I know loads of people that work full time, and they still get it, and it's only a little amount, but because you're getting a little amount, the government have got that hold over you, so they know exactly what you're doing, how much you're earning, and it is a Chinese idea.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
China,
social credit
universal
kind of
credit.
thing.
Yeah, it's a social credit system. We are very, very over here. We are a social country, really, because we've got the NHS, which doesn't work. It doesn't work because we've got open borders. You can't have a national health service and
With no
open
nation.
borders. It doesn't work because you've got everyone walking in here just getting free healthcare. And then
More
you've got,
Americans need to hear what you're saying, because everybody here is like, "Oh, the NHS, it's amazing." And I'm
it's
like, "You
not.
don't even know." Yeah.
It's dreadful. It is absolutely dreadful. And but I've been waiting for years and years and years to see a back specialist. Like
Wow.
my back is totally, I got no discs at the bottom of my back, and my bones have been rubbing together that long that they've all overgrown each other, causing like nodules,
Yep.
and they're crushing my spinal canal, and I'm in agony all the time. Do they want to know me? No. Like it, the NHS just doesn't work. It will be okay if everyone paid in, like I've paid in. I spent years working. If everyone paid in, and if the only people that didn't pay in were people who were really disabled, like I can't do it anymore, but I have done. And you look after your elderly, your children, and your disabled. It would work. It used to work, but then once you've got open borders, it doesn't work anymore. You can literally land here and walk into a hospital, and now we've got that many migrants here going to accident and emergency. You're looking at a 24-hour wait in a hallway. You could have broken bones or anything, and it's horrible. And they're putting so much money into it, but it's not money. There's too many people, and the only person who's talking about this is Nigel Farage. There's too many people in the country. Once we went over 50 million people in this country, everything's fallen apart. The sewerage system is Victorian. So you've got all these people. Where's all the extra sewage going? Into the rivers, and the rivers have all been polluted, and we're pumping it into the sea. People don't think about these things. You can't get school places. We're a tiny little island with all these people, and it just doesn't work anymore. It just doesn't work. And in America, I don't know how it would work, because you've got all these independent states, and then you've got the federal government. So if the federal government introduce it, how will that work? Some states might be better than others. You're going to get people crossing states to go to a different state to get better healthcare. Like here, you can go to Scotland and you can get free medication if you work. You get free medication. In England, if you work, you've got to pay for your medication, but you can just cross the border, go and live in Scotland or Wales and get free medication. That's what's going to happen in America.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, prisons are full as well with all these foreign criminals. So prisons are full. We've just released, Starmer just released thousands of criminals early, and they've gone on to commit more crime. It's insane. But they're putting people in jail for a Facebook post.
Yeah, talk about that a little bit. So, like, I guess they call it hate crime, right? And so the thing is like if you call
Yeah.
something a hate crime or saving democracy or any of these like vague terms, you can kind of make it whatever you want it to be. So like how does that work? Is it like, do you actually go to jail if you say like a slur online, or what happens?
Yeah, it depends on who it's against. So the police pick and choose. So people can say the most horrendous things about Indigenous people here in these isles. And, you know, like people go, oh, well, we're all migrants. Well, our ancestors came over in like 300 or 400 AD. So I would class that as Indigenous now. You've got little islands off Australia that their people came over in 1200 AD, and they're classed as Indigenous. So why aren't we? So if you say something Anglophobic, which is a real thing now, you get away with it. It's fine. You know, you can go around mugging people. You're getting people. You know, for example, the PDF files. You know what I'm on about. People have been caught with the most horrendous images. They don't go to jail. But if I wrote something negative about, for example, some lady, I'm going to give you an example, some woman, she wrote something really stupid on a Facebook post, which wasn't very wise. She wrote, and I quote, something about wanting to burn a mosque or something like that. She was really angry after the Southport killings of those little girls. And she wrote something which is really foolish and really silly. But the fact is she actually really going to go and do that? Probably not. She's in jail for writing that. Now, that wasn't wise, and she should have been told off. But jail, and she's a carer as well for I think it's for her dad. She's a full-time carer, and now he hasn't got anyone to look after him. These people have got children, and they're being put into prison. But yet you can have thousands of images of the worst type of PDF images, and it's okay for them. They don't go to jail. They say the jails are too full.
That's crazy.
You know, people say stupid things online.
Right.
But it's okay for what's happened to me. I've had threats and all sorts. I've had horrible things happen. You know, they threatened to set fire to my animals and stuff.
That's
but
crazy.
that's okay because I'm not a
protected class.
Yeah.
Huh.
It's like a class war, isn't it, as well? And they want us to hate each other. They want the Muslims and the whites and the blacks. They want us all fighting, when actually we should all just be right. He's won officially now, guys. He's won.
Oh yeah. Finally.
Yeah, hold on. We should all just be getting on, and who cares what colour you are, and you know.
We've talked about everything on this.
I
This is
didn't
supposed to
mean
be
to
about
make
Trump.
it about that. I'm sorry.
No, I love it.
Do you?
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Okay, well, that's
I've
good.
instigated half of these conversations.
So I've not
So.
bored you to death then.
No.
Right, so it looks right. He's been declared winner. So let me just get the latest on this. Just bear with me.
You guys do not like Keir Starmer, however you say his name.
No, I don't know anyone. Honestly, I genuinely don't know anyone that voted for him.
When I
I'm
heard
not
his
joking.
name for the first time, I said, "What is that? What is a Keir Starmer?"
Keir Starmer,
I was
yeah.
like, I thought you guys had a Boris Johnson.
We've had a few more since him, but no one voted for them.
Right. That's the scary part.
Yeah, they just swap and change. It's really stupid. You know the way Kamala got the nominee without actually getting any votes?
Yeah.
Well, that's what they did, but they just actually walked in to the right, hang on a minute. Here we go. I'm going to get the BBC up because there's no ads on there. That's the only reason. And when people say fake news, well, if the BBC are declaring him the winner, then I don't know how anyone can argue with that, because even they have to. Right, Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. It is now official. He has won. He's got 279 and it's 270 to win. So he's won. It's not
Finally.
He's won. That's it. Official. Done. Yeah, that's very, very true, Terry Knowles Band again. Keir Starmer got 20% of the overall vote and he's in power.
Do you guys do straight democracy, like just popular vote, just like total
No.
number of votes? Okay.
We do first past the post, which means each area has got an MP, a member of parliament, which is like a senate.
Mhm.
And some areas have got thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in. Some areas have got like a couple of thousand people in.
Mhm.
So you could have one area where 100,000 people, let's just say 100,000 people live there, and 60,000 voted for one and 40,000 for the other one. The 60,000 votes going to win. But then you could have a tiny little area that only like 4,000 people vote for that person, but they'll still get an MP sent there because each area is split up. It's not even, it's split up really stupid. So if you win in a tiny area, or you could have like a massive area cut into lots of little areas. So how many MPs you get, how many senates you get, gets into to be in charge. And the way it's done is if you went by the popular vote, we would win easily. But the way that they do it is they've done it. They've flooded the cities with their own people. That makes any sense. And you
Yeah.
get more MPs from a big city cut into little pieces. So the cities will always vote what we call Labour, which is your Democrat.
Mhm.
So they will get like Birmingham, for example. I don't know how many MPs there are, but there's a lot. Like I don't know if it's 30 or 40. I don't know exactly off the top of my head. Where you might have another area that will only have one. So they flood it. They flood the cities with all these people that will only vote for them to make sure that they get in.
I see.
It's nuts. Like Nigel
That's
Farage got
crazy.
4 million votes and got 6 people in.
That's crazy.
And I genuinely don't know anybody who voted for Keir Starmer. And I speak to people all over the UK every single day across Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, not really Facebook, but I speak to people mostly on YouTube, but I speak to people off here. I got friends all over the UK and nobody voted for them. One person came in and said they did, but I think it was a troll. There you go. Did anyone here vote for Keir Starmer? But you know, we just say if you did. Yeah, the Liberals got 72 MPs, people in Parliament, and we got more. We got more votes and got 6 people in. Who would admit it? Says Rose. Right. Okay. So, just going back to this, if you're waking up, no longer is he declaring victory. He's won. Right. Okay. We're going to watch President Trump now. It's only 35-second clip. We're going to watch him declare victory.
Yes, I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being.
Right. Can you hear that? Because I can't, but my audio's broke on my laptop.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay. Right. I'm just going to shut up then because you can hear it. So I'm going to shut up and then just. That's all they're going to show from the BBC, apparently.
I guess
It's
that's
killing them. They've cut it down to 35 seconds. It's killing them.
They do not like Trump.
No, they don't. Any of them, like GB News is our Fox News, and they're the best of the bad bunch and of the mainstream media. And they're actual individual presenters. Most of them are centre right. So they're over the moon. They're presenters. But the stuff that's coming across the bottom, like the news ticket, for days it's been saying it's so close, there's not a hair in it and all this stuff. And you could see it on the presenters' faces. They've got to go along with it because they work there. But you could see that they were like, that's just bullshit. And I've been saying, I really wish I'd made a video last night because I was going to make a video, but I've had a really stressful few days and I don't want to go into it, but I've had a really bad few days. And last night I was so tired and worn out and I didn't get to do it, but I was going to make a video saying it, and I've said this to people, he's going to win by a massive landslide unless they try and rig it. But I don't think they're going to be able to, because it's just too big now.
Hmm.
Another thing I was going to say, don't know what you think about this, Ben. If they try and bump him off, they're going to make him a martyr, which is going to go against them even more, surely.
It's tough. Honestly, I don't know what exactly their narrative is going to be, and I may not know for a day or two, but they might have that mindset where they want to and they try, or they might have the mindset of what you're saying, where it could. I mean, it's going to end really badly. It almost ended very badly in Butler, Pennsylvania, when he got shot,
Well, look
and
at
that
what
was
happened
without
to
him
Kennedy.
winning.
Look at John F. Kennedy. What they
Right.
did to him, like they made him, he's going to be remembered more for forever, isn't he? Because he was.
Yeah, what the problem is, and I'm not like great with history, but I know he was very well liked, and Trump is very divisive, but well liked. But that divisiveness, especially now, and especially with the media, if something like that happened to him, like it almost did, I don't know that it would. I think it could be a lot worse. So I don't even know if they.
Yeah.
I don't know if they would try or not. We don't know.
If they did, because we know they're psychopaths, if they
Mhm.
did, then they would literally cause a civil war in America.
For sure.
Yeah.
And it might I don't know if it would depend on the House, but it might. So for example, so we won the presidency and the Senate. I don't know about the House, but let's say we win all three. That could be something that they say, oh, we need to take him out, because if we win all of it, then he'll have maximal authority to pass legislation. But if they win the House, they might say, we can kind of deal with it, and not kill him. But
Look at this. Right, this is the BBC. They're clutching onto anything. Look, New Hampshire projected for Harris, 4 votes. Look at the little. Can you see this in the little
Yes.
corner, the little circle in the corner?
Yeah, it does
They're desperately trying to, look, New Hampshire's. Look, it's up there. Look. Fucking hell. That's just a Democrat state anyway.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. So when he won against Hillary, I'd like to know the vote difference, to be honest, what we're going to see now, like the popular vote, because it looks like he's going to win the popular vote as well.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what the popular vote amounts are actually going to look like, because I want to see how much he ends up winning it by. I don't know how much he lost it by to Hillary, because I know he lost the popular to Hillary, but yeah, supposedly he won the popular, so I'm very curious.
Yeah. So he's taken Wisconsin as well. Did you? I don't know whether you know much about the Amish vote as well. I find that really intriguing. Did you hear about the Amish vote?
Yeah, so
how interesting is that, though?
It is interesting, and they're all over, but they're mostly in Pennsylvania, as you know.
That's the
And
biggest one, isn't it? The biggest.
yeah,
Some in Ohio as well, I think.
That's right. Yeah, and there's actually some. There's some in North Carolina. There's some like in a lot of places.
Little
But
pockets of them, but the biggest one is in Pennsylvania, isn't it?
yeah, that's right. And supposedly, we had some groundwork where some Republicans were getting them registered and speaking out to them, and a lot of them said that because they typically don't vote because they're very religious and they rely on God more than a man and going into politics. But some of them said that they were more free under Trump than Harris, and supposedly there was some issue. I think it was like, I don't remember what it was, but they had some issues with like getting milk or being able to, I don't remember what it was, but basically they were more free is what they said. So I don't know how many of them actually voted, but I know there was quite a few that could have.
There was a YouTuber as well that went there. I don't know if you've seen the video. And as he was driving in, there was massive placards everywhere, voting for Trump. And I think people need to, I don't know whether Trump will come out and thank them, but I think that people need to acknowledge what they have done, because they've done something against their, they don't normally vote, Jenna. I'll try and find the video, actually. It's really interesting. I don't know whether I'll get a copyright though, but I'm as long as you're giving, if you can show people's content, as long as you're giving commentary and you're using it, you're using it as educational or parody or whatever, and you're talking, it's classed as fair use. So if I did show a bit of that video just to show you guys, and I did get a copyright strike, I would counter it and I would win, because as long as I'm talking and I'm pausing it, I'm allowed to do it. It's if you just copy someone's video and just upload it, then that is against the rules. So I'm going to find that video actually. Have you seen it, Ben?
I think I know the one you're talking about, where the
ya?
guy like tours around the country and talks to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I know it. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll have a look and see if I can find it. Hello, Mr. Button. How you doing? How do you feel about this? Trump has won people. And nothing from Kamala. Camel Toe is still silent. Before we go and find that video, let me just have a quick look and see if they've come out yet and found her. We have to protect this man with everything now. You guys over there, the deep state are going to do everything possible now. Now
they've tried everything so far,
and it's failed. I do know that, because you think about it, Donald Trump isn't just going against the Democrat Party; it's going against the media, everything. The business, your big corporations. People don't realize how much money they pump into the Democrats and their adverts, and it's do you know what, it's that insane, because you would think that corporations would support the capitalism, but they don't. This is what I can't get my head around. Governments are in bed with corporations.
Yes.
That is what's causing the problem. It's like the worst of fascism and the worst of communism has come together against everybody in the globe. Well, global, if you want to call it that, I don't know. And Venezuela are actually more free than us, because they don't even allow Google and stuff to listen to their, at least you when you're in a communist country, you're in one. This is a fake democracy, because we're actually listened. Everything is listening to us, and we're under surveillance. And then Trump is all the media in the West is against Trump. And he's still won. And you know what? It's the power of social media. They created social media. I won't go into a big, massive tangent. But quickly, Facebook was a CIA operation. It was called LifeLog. I don't know if you know about this, but do you know about it? Yeah.
No, not really.
Okay. Facebook. I will do another video on this because I haven't done one for years. It was a very long time ago. Facebook was actually a CIA operation called LifeLog, and they wanted the details of every single US citizen. And the liberal, this was in the 70s, and the liberals came out and said, you can't do that. You can't just go around asking for they wanted to make a massive database in the 70s to get everyone's information. So they said, right, okay, let's paint it up as something called social media, and we'll get everyone just to voluntarily give it to us. And that's how Facebook was born. It wasn't nothing to do with that Zach guy. Yeah, he was working there, but it wasn't him. It was a CIA operation, and they never realized that it was they used social media as a way of getting all of our information. We've voluntarily given them all our details, where we are, where we live, where we're going, what we're going to have for our dinner, when we're going to the toilet. It's that ridiculous. People post everything, and it's all going to the central government, or whatever you want to call it now, the globalist government, the deep state. And it's ended up backfiring on them, because social media now has grown to the point where we can actually talk to each other. And I think if it wasn't for social media, he wouldn't have won, because we'd only have the mainstream media brainwashing. And I think people cannot underestimate the power of Elon Musk in this, and allowing free speech on Twitter.
100%.
Yeah, he allowed it. Yeah. In 2020, Donald Trump had nowhere to you couldn't talk. Nowhere supported him, and all the social media hated him. But this time, you had a free, and people say that it's fascist. No, both sides can speak freely on Twitter. That's all. It's not a case of it's one way, it's gone the other way. Everyone can speak. Everyone gets a voice on Twitter. It doesn't matter if you're left, right, in the middle, black, white, whatever. You get a voice on Twitter. And when you allow the people to decide and hear the information for themselves, they voted for him. And I think people need to realize that.
You know, the in my opinion, the worst part about all of this is it's these people want power, and in order to get power, they act like they're empathetic.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, they don't care about this stuff. They just say whatever they need to say to get power. So
yeah, they do. But I don't think Donald Trump's done that. I genuinely don't.
No.
He believes, and it comes across. He believes in what he's saying. He believes in what he's doing. Where Kamala and Biden, they don't. They're just saying what they're told to say. They're just puppets. This is why she cackles all the time, because there's nothing authentic about her. When she panics on what she's going to say, she just goes
yeah.
And then I'll tell you something now, when she brought out that tampon Tim and she announced him as the running mate, I felt sick, because he was coming out and he was like, thank you. Do you remember that speech? I felt sick.
Yeah.
And that is such a weirdo, isn't he?
He was the one that kept pushing that JD Vance is weird, but he was projecting because he's the weird one. Yeah.
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 Exactly.
Yeah. And Hillary did the same thing. She just she laughed all the time. And I don't know if they're being told that women politicians should be laughing all the time or what. I don't know why that's the play, but it's not working.
It's not as it genuinely isn't as fake here, and that's saying something, because we are fake in this country, like the news and the
Mm-hmm.
but it's not as fake as in America. In America, it's so fake. But I'm just looking at this now. It looks like a guest has had a meltdown on one of the morning TV shows and swore. It says, watch GMB's Great Good Morning Britain. It's another sold out mainstream media descending to chaos, with Susanna Reid forced to apologise when guest swears after huge row over Donald Trump. So let's just see this. Oh, I've got no audio again, so I'm going to have to...
Your hands at that point.
With a lot of what she said.
Can you guys hear this? Because I can't. Can you hear it?
He's a household name in the UK.
Yep.
Okay, right. Okay, I'm going to play it again. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button.
At Iceland,
I forgot to
Food
say
Warehouse,
adverts.
The Big Deals event is now on. We've got whopping savings on Pepsi Max and Walker's Crisps. Discover more big deals at Iceland and the Food Warehouse.
Your hands at that point.
With a lot of what she said, but here's the difference. The American people they're angry, and that's why they reelected this guy. He is an utterly horrible human being. But the American people overlooked all of that. Donald Trump lies every time he opens his mouth. He tried to overthrow an American election. I could go on, but the American people overlooked all of that because they were about some basic issues.
I'm not entirely sure we can use that phrase.
They were.
That's what I thought. Sorry, I know you think it's
It's the American term rather than the British term.
If they were angry, the reason they're angry is the Biden-Harris record.
Do you guys swear on TV over there? Because that is not done in the UK.
We've got whopping savings
a little bit. I didn't think that was bad at all.
I didn't even hear what he said. I just bleeped out.
Yeah, the bleep was just saying angry, basically.
I wonder what he said, though.
Like somebody put it in chat. I think. Who said
Did he say pissed?
Yeah. Bailey.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's so different here. It is so different. Like it's the British way, and and yet the way it's going though, like you BBC now, most of the presenters they don't even like speak proper English. They're like in it though, like talking like proper like London and gangster. No, hang on, my puppy's nearly had one of the birds. That was the white albino sparrow. I've got
Oh,
an albino sparrow, and it's like so rare that if we report it, we're going to get all the twitchers coming to our garden to see it. It's like 1 in every so many million or something.
oh wow.
Albino sparrow is white.
How did
Yeah.
you get one of those?
Sorry.
How did you get one of those?
It's just a throwback. We've got sparrow family in our hedge, and we've been there since we've moved in. Like been here for years. And they have like 2 broods a year. And the last brood they had a white chick, even though they're usually brown. Hello, Bill Bright, Money Mike Sparrow. Are you Bill? Are you Porker? I don't know what channel you are. I don't know who you are. Woke melting down before our very eyes. Yes.
I got to see The View. That's the one I'm excited about.
Who? Sorry. Oh, The View.
The View, yeah.
Does it, Casey? Sounds like Tourette's. Sorry. I'm looking out the window and Al's out there, but Al gets distracted really easily. And I can see the dog chasing birdies around. Hello, Bill. Makes a change from other. I was horrified to see Trump congratulating Farage. I know you don't like him, do you? What's it? I haven't got a clue. What's it? Right, okay. I'm just gonna see what if he's gonna do a speech. He must be so tired, you know. I can't imagine he had any sleep whatsoever. Can you?
Probably not, but he hasn't been getting much sleep for a while, so he's.
No, he hasn't. But he's been up all night. He did all the rallies yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is how nuts this world is now, that we look at things like Al Jazeera and Russia Today for our news.
True.
Do you know they banned Russia Today in this country?
I'm sure they have.
RT News is banned here, as is Fox News. Well, you can look at it on your phone, but it's not on the TV anymore. Okay, so this is Al Jazeera. So it's all official now, guys. Donald Trump has been elected as the 47th US president. He has won at least 277. Well, it says here 276. She got 223 of the electoral votes. This is literally the greatest comeback in history. He did a speech, yeah, but that was before he's been officially declared. He did a victory speech, Bill, before he was officially. Do you know what I mean? Even though he'd won, she hasn't even conceded yet, has she? But she's got no choice now, has she?
Nope, no choice.
She doesn't have to. If she had anything about her, she would have conceded hours and hours ago.
Just so you know, and you may know this, but not that this is going to end up being a problem, but so the way that the election works in the United States, so with the Electoral College, each state has a number of delegates, right? So
yeah.
So what happens is each state, those delegates go and cast a vote for whoever the state have voted for. So North Carolina, 16 or whatever. So all 16 will cast a vote for Donald Trump. Well, you know who certifies those votes?
Who?
The current vice president, which would be her.
Oh, God. Really?
Which is why in 2020, Donald Trump was telling Mike Pence, who was the VP, don't certify the election.
Yes, and he did. Anyway, he told her to shut up.
So it's up to her to certify her own election.
Well, the thing, this is what I don't get. Like, how I don't think this ever happened before, has it? Where the vice president automatically gets to be a nominee. Has this ever happened before? Because I don't think it has.
Not that I know of. It could have, but not that I'm aware.
Not in your
no, definitely not
history, in like living memory sort of thing.
Yeah, for sure. No. And that's you know what? And tell me if you know why, but honestly, I don't even know how they were able to legally do that. I don't know what their justification was. Do you know?
No, I don't. I know that in this country they can do it, and they've done it time and time again. Like I said, the last government who got in, the Conservative government, Boris Johnson was elected in 2019. And then when he did all the lockdowns and everything else, he become hated because he was really popular. He won by a big landslide. And then he did all the lockdowns, and then because we all knew that was fake, right?
Yeah.
And he was caught dancing and partying during the lockdown, and he was pushed out for that. But then what no one was looking at is that they were all doing it because they all knew it was bollocks. They all did. And Keir Starmer was having a curry out during lockdown, but he's got away with it. He was pushed out for that. And then since then they got they swapped and changed. Now, because he was elected, they could literally, the way that it works in this country, you elect the party, not the person, even though it's ridiculous. You elect the party. So even though that person's elected, if he leaves, the party can just pick a new leader. And they did it another 2 times. And the public got sick of it, yeah. So we had him. He got pushed out. Then the members of the Conservative Party chose Liz Truss, who is quite a staunch Conservative and wanted to do loads of tax cuts and get rid of a lot of the wokeness. And the globalists didn't like her. So they gave her 6 weeks and they ousted her. And then they put a stooge in place, another one, and another unelected leader. And then when by the time we had the election, that they were hated that much that they allowed the far left in power. Does that make any sense? The far left got in because of all the shenanigans of our so-called conservatives / Republican Party. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I'm following. Yeah,
so that's why he got in. What's the matter? Who's hating on who? I'm not really seeing the chat, guys. Is everything okay? Kamala pissed off to bed. Do you know, honestly, Bill, I was watching it. I wish I'd gone live in the night, but I can't change the past. I woke up, watched a bit, and I was like, I need to go live, and then like that. So she was partying. She was so arrogant. I just wish I'd been streaming it. I buy a newspaper about once a week to look at the horses. What is the system itself that's wrong? It is. The whole system needs overhauling. In the US, in the US, you elect the person, don't you, Ben? You elect Donald Trump. You choose on the ballot paper. You choose your president, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, not here. You choose who you want to run your local constituency. They call it a constituency. So then your leader of your local area is your member of parliament, who is a bit like the Senate. No, the House of Representatives, because you've got 2 houses, haven't you, as well? You've got the House of Representatives, yeah, and you've got the Senate, where you've got the House of Commons, which is the ones where we choose, the commoners choose. And then we've got the House of Lords, where they just get to choose themselves. It's so corrupt. You think yours is bad. Ours is worse than yours.
That sounds horrible. Yeah.
It is. The House of Lords are just chosen by themselves, and they're all rich. They're all liberal now. They used to be quite, but now they're all liberal. They don't. And every time the House of Commons make any decision that is for the people, it has to then get through the Lords, and then they'll just knock it down again. Even our Archbishop of Canterbury, who traditionally, ever since we became a Christian nation, has been a right-hand man to the king or queen. As you're a Christian nation, you have the Archbishop of the. Even he's really woke now, and he's turned the Church of England into this woke rainbow club. I don't know how else to explain it. It's nuts.
Yeah, that's crazy. And I see in chat, Bailey and I guess some other people are talking about how Kamala Harris was able to run without getting any delegates. And she says in the US, you elect their campaign, not their party. So people voted for the Biden-Harris campaign. Since Biden left, they had to go with Harris or refund the campaign money. I have heard that where They had a lot of campaign money for Biden, but since he didn't run, they were like, maybe we can put it under Harris since it's the Biden-Harris campaign. So I did hear that, but I'm wondering, like, legally and politically, how they were able to like circumvent not having a primary.
Yeah.
And it might have been, they might have waited to where it was too close to the election to have a primary and do that whole thing. Maybe that's why, but
Yeah.
I've heard what Bailey was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I don't get, because we all knew that Biden, I don't even know how he got in the first time. Like, we know that was dodgy as anything. They did have a primary. I don't think they did.
That's right. I think she's right. They did have a primary, but like, was it a normal primary?
She just got put in, didn't she? Hi, Scotland. Christmas is getting less like Christmas. Yeah, I know. Well, where I live, it's not. We do it all here. We have Christmas markets and fairs, but in the cities, do you know, you can't even use the word Christmas now. It's
I was going to
winter
say,
festival.
I'm surprised you guys say the word Christmas. I thought it was supposed to be holidays.
It's no, we don't like the holiday thing. That we really don't like that over here. It's happy holidays. It's Americanism, because you've got Hanukkah right near it. There's not that many. There are Jewish people in the UK. Don't get me wrong, but they're not very, very vocal about their Hanukkah thing. It's like the Jewish people here tend to sort of keep themselves to themselves and intermingle and not really broadcast that they're Jewish, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Unless you go to North London, where there is a lot of Jewish people. Hi, Wesley. And you'll on a Saturday morning, you'll see them all going to synagogue in their hats and their curly pigtails. But most places you don't see that many Jewish people. So Hanukkah isn't a thing really here. It's more Eid. Eid is getting bigger and bigger every year. They have 2 a year, don't they? Eid. I don't understand Eid.
I don't know.
You know, the Muslim version of Christmas.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, well, that is bigger than Hanukkah here.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's much bigger. So your supermarkets will have Eid stuff in, and you know, all of our supermarket meat now is halal. Is it halal? What's it called? Halal. Sorry. All of our supermarket meat is automatically halal now. It's killed. It's blessed. It's evil. I hate halal meat. They slit the throat of the animal. I don't eat meat, but I don't know whether you're aware of this, Ben, but they slit the throat and make the animal suffer. And it's a sacrifice to Allah. Yeah. Halal meat. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. No.
Right. All of our mainstream meat in all of our stores and our supermarkets, where you call them, I think you call them, don't know, just big stores or whatever you want. You know, your grocery stores and your big places. All of the meat is halal. The only place you won't get halal now is if you go to like a local butcher's that's like local meat. You know, your independents. But if you go to like your Walmart or somewhere like that, it's all halal meat now, whether you like it or not. So if you're Jewish, it's really against their religion to have to eat meat that's been blessed for Allah. But it's tough shit.
Yeah.
Tough shit.
Yeah. Wow.
Even though we're in a Christian country. But just saying that you'll be classed as being racist.
Yeah, that, you know, we only care about like grass fed, you know, whatever. You guys care about.
Yeah.
That's next level.
We do have all that. And if you go to like a local farmers market, or if you go to your local butcher, I'm just going to go through these before when people come in. Then you will get like good meat. But if you go to like your supermarket sort of thing, like your big stores and whatnot, that's what I'm on about. It's all. Alaska's been called, guys. So yeah, that's how we did it. Alaska got called. Okay, for those of you that are coming in, how long have we been on now? I'm going to come off in another half hour, I think, and then I'll probably come back on tonight. You're very welcome to come on tonight, but you're probably going to be asleep for us. You need to get a few hours kip, really, mate. To be honest.
Yeah, I think at probably like 10 in the morning or so. In a few hours, I'll probably take a nap or something.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I would have a few hours, but not too long because you won't sleep tomorrow night for you.
Exactly.
So I'm just going to give you some of these results now. If you're coming in and you want to see the results, hit the like, guys. 67 likes. It helps the algorithms. All the dislike, it all helps. All the trolls that come in and do your dislikes, it actually really helps the channel because it means you've voted. It is cruel. I think they all do it now. Terry Knowles banned again. John Lewis advert. Yeah, this is not Christmassy anymore. Okay, so these are some of the results. So, you know, these ones are like projections with the stripes. They're not actually called, but I don't know why, because they are going to be called, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Do you agree that the stripes? Can you see what I'm pointing at here?
Yeah. I think that's what the stripes mean.
Yeah, it's not. It's guaranteed, but it's not official, sort of thing.
Which is ridiculous. I mean,
yeah, you must know to put the red stripe. Is that noise? That's a bird. Why? That's a loud bird. Right. Okay. So we're just going to go through some of these here. So we've got Alaska, which, look at this. You had 108,942 to Donald Trump. And then you had 80,771 so to Kamala. Do you know what I don't get? It says here that Robert Kennedy is still running as an independent. I thought he'd pulled out. And I mean, he was supporting Donald Trump, but he still got votes. He got 3,285. How? I don't understand that.
So once he declared that he was going to, basically be under Donald Trump and his, what he was trying to do in his campaign, he tried to get himself removed from the different state ballots so that it wouldn't interfere with Trump's, ballot counts. And I think in that example, he was not able to get it removed. So he was begging his fans to vote for Trump, but clearly some of them don't. So, yeah.
Right. Because I know in California, looking in here, he actually got 103,692 votes. So they're people that are probably disillusioned with politics altogether or just hate Donald Trump, but also they want to vote Republican, but they hate Donald Trump. So they vote for Kennedy.
Also, it's probably that, but there's also some people, because this is how I voted in 2016. I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Hillary. I voted for a third party candidate, but it's not because I hated Trump. It's because out of the three of those, I felt like, okay, let me just vote for who I think out of the three is the best.
Even though they're not going to win, because
the
independent
so like
will
a moral
never win.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you might as well just spoil your ballot. That's what we tend to do here. If you don't like anybody on there, you just cross out and put none of them, and then put it in.
There you go.
We actually have an official party here. I don't know whether you know about this, and they've been going for a long time, called the Monster Raving Loony Party. And it's actually an official party, and they stand somebody at every single local election. So we have local elections and we have general elections, but even when it's a general election, which is a big one, they still have the local as well. And then there's always, and they're usually dressed up like a clown, or hi Barry, I love you too, or dressed up like in a silly outfit on the stage. And, so that they have to call out their vote numbers, and they'll be like, the Monster Raving Loony Party, like 15 votes or something, Yeah, it's insane.
That's funny.
Insane. So California, Robert Kennedy did get, you're right, Mo. He got 103,000. But look at this, guys. Like California, Trump still got 3.8 million votes.
Wow.
And
that's why he won the popular. Yeah.
Yeah, 39.7%. And that is a raging Democrat state, like it just is. So we're looking at, he did really well in Texas as well, 56.3. Now I know that is usually hello Lily Bell, that is usually a Republican state, but I think in 2020, wasn't Biden doing quite well in Texas?
Yes.
If I remember rightly, yeah, thought so.
Yeah, this is an improvement, I think.
Yeah, it is, because it's traditionally a Republican state. Florida, we knew was going to cane in Florida, because Florida is a very Republican state. It's where a lot of old people go to retire, traditional Republican voters over there. And then we've got Alabama.
There you go.
Look at this guy, 64.7% of the vote in Alabama. He got 1.4 million votes. She only got 766,000 votes. She got 34% of the vote. That is massive. But this is your Bible Belt, isn't it, down here? So these are the people that are really sort of like, this is what this is. These are very churchy going people down here.
Yep.
Or is that more over here?
It's more so, I would say, so it's Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama,
Yeah.
Mississippi. Yeah.
Yeah, this sort of area. But then you got Utah as well, and Wyoming. These are very traditional. Look at that one. Wyoming, 71.6% share he got to her 25.9%. That is massive, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, that is a traditional Republican state, but that is
Good
huge.
margin. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. We got Idaho over here. He got 66.3% of the vote. Has Iowa been called yet? Because that's the funniest. This one, all they've been speaking about all weekend was Iowa. She's 3 points ahead, and they were just pumping it out day and night in our news. And it was like, you've found one poll. You've literally found one poll where you can find her doing better, and you are going to run with that forever, even though like there's all the other polls are saying that he's ahead. And look how it ended up.
He actually outperformed the good polls for him. There wasn't many polling. There wasn't much polling done in Iowa, but of the one that was favorable for him, it was like +10. This is what, +13.
Yeah.
So, yeah, crushed it.
So it's 55.8% to her 42.6, and 99% of the votes have been counted. So that's final. It's done. 6 electoral votes there. So well done to Iowa. This is what I didn't get. Iowa is pretty. It's not a swing state, is it? It's usually pretty Republic, isn't it? Iowa. This is what I didn't get.
I think Obama won it one year, if not both years, so that's why they brought it up. But Trump's always won it, so.
Yeah, and you know, I do know someone from Iowa, and they are massive Trump supporters. Kentucky, that's where my friend lives. She's actually a Democrat, but I don't know how she felt about. We try not to talk about it too much because we have different political views. But she's a very good friend of mine. She might pop in. I don't know. Probably asleep now. She's more of a liberal. But then saying that she's a liberal, she supports guns. She it's open carry in Kentucky. She's pro-gun and everything, but she's also pro-abortion. And this is where I think a lot of Democrats have been a bit stuck, because Kamala, I think she was going to go for the guns. She said she was. Then she said she wasn't.
Yeah.
And she was just flip-flopping all the time. I'll have to ask her if she voted. But Kentucky traditionally is a Republican state. Yeah, they do open carry. They're very supportive of the NRA over there, I think, aren't they? Yep. West Virginia, look at that, 70.1% in West Virginia. Isn't that another swing state? I'm sure it is.
No, that one's a deep red one, usually.
Which is it? Sorry,
Virginia is the one you're thinking of.
Virginia, yes. Got mixed up. Right, okay. So you've got Virginia went to Harris. 51.7% to 46.5 to Donald Trump. So she took that one, and
that was close.
So that's a swing state.
It's technically not a swing state, but it looks like maybe next election it will be.
Yeah, because
we did well in Virginia this time.
Yeah, it's not. He got just under, like literally just shy of 2 million, and she got 2.2 million. 96.4 of the votes have been counted there. Right. Okay. So not North Carolina. This is where Ben is, and he got. This was the first swing state to be called, even though it was Republic last time. It was still classed as a swing state because they are very close. And Donald Trump got 2.8 million. And Camel Toe got 2.6 million. And is it funny when you hear a Brit say it like that? Does it tickle you? 97.1% vote counted. So
yeah, that was the one. I felt great going into the election that Trump was going to win, but once I started seeing the first few percentages of North Carolina going not so great, I got pretty nervous. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I genuinely, I knew he was going to win, but I was also extremely worried about what they were going to do.
Yeah.
You know, so look at this, guys. Arkansas. Look at Kennedy again, 13,000. He got 1.1% of the vote. Donald Trump got 64.2% of the vote there. That's really good as well. They've done Iowa, Wisconsin. 49.7 to 48.7. There's not much in that one at all. Gosh, there's only like 300,000 votes in that. But he's won. He's won it. Wisconsin. That's very close though, isn't it? But that is another swing state, isn't it?
Yes.
North Dakota, 67.2. I don't think that's a swing state, is it? South Dakota, Montana, 58.3. And we're making you laugh now.
To break out my British accent eventually.
Yeah, Americans really struggle doing the Brit, but do you know what I don't get? Because Brits can do American accent really easily. I don't get when they in the US. Why on earth do you use Brits to do an American accent? Like as a Brit, it can hear it. It's dreadful. I hate it. That Martin Freeman was in the first season of Fargo. You know Fargo. I love Fargo.
I think so.
He was. His American accent, like, why? Mr. Button, you're obsessed with Nigel Farage. I'm going to put, in fact, Nigel Farage as a banned word in this chat so you can't keep saying it because I think you're doing people's heads in. I'm not reading the chat. I've just seen it then. Right, New York. This is massive, guys. If you're coming in, he didn't win New York, but he never will. The Republican Party will never say never, but it is a traditional Democrat state, just like California, because, you know, it's so full of such a mismatch of different races. Can you watch the birds? Sorry, I'm doing the Tourette's thing again. Look,
I was about to say Tourette's.
I know. Al's not paying attention, and I just don't want one of the puppies. Right, who's going? Who's off? Who's going in the chat? Whoever's going, take care. Lots of love. Someone's going. The thing is, right, one person will say I'm going, and then I'll miss that, and then other people will say bye to that person, and I'll think that the other people are going, and then I start saying goodbye to everyone who actually isn't going. So now I just say bye everybody who's going.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say.
The confusion,
Yeah. I don't, when you're streaming, you're running a stream and you've got stuff on the screen like I have, and I'm reading this, I don't catch all the chat. So I glance over at it on my phone and I'll just catch someone saying goodbye. Sometimes they play me up and they say they're all going and they're not. So New York, okay, so 4.3 million to Camel Toe, 3.4 million to Donald Trump. That is massive. He got 40. Oh, did he? Terry Knowles banned again. Take care, bud. He's in a good mood today. 43.9%. He changed his name from Terry Knowles to Banned Again. And because I know him as Terry Knowles, I call him Terry Knowles Banned Again, because the thing is, you guys confuse me. You change your name, but you're still going to be the original name. So, yeah, anyway. When you're streaming and you've got all these things happening at the same time, you haven't got time for your brain to actually think, oh, they've changed their name, you know?
Yeah.
So they get stuck with whatever I call them, really. So New York did really well. And then we've got these little ones over here. We've got Connecticut, 54 to 43, Rhode Island. Because these are like offshoots of New York, aren't they? So they...
Yeah.
Massachusetts, that's a big Democrat state.
Yeah.
Sorry?
those are still good numbers for Trump in a lot of
Yeah, 35.5. New Jersey, 46.5. That's quite close, actually.
very close.
1.8 million to 2 million. Very close. And then District of Columbia. Wow, 90% to her.
It always goes that way.
He got 6.6. And some write-ins, whatever that means. Right, what's a write-in?
Oh, a write-in. It's when somebody's name's not on the ballot and you write somebody's name in. So like you could write your own name in if you wanted to.
Really? That's crazy.
I know.
Such a Brummie accent. I don't think I have. I've met a few Brummies where I live now. I've made a new friend the other day, and she said she's been up here for 6 years. She's from Birmingham. She can't hear it. My accent's not as Brummie as you think. My neck's starting to hurt now from looking down. I should have my laptop higher, really. It's hurting my neck. So 90% in District of Columbia, they really don't like Donald Trump there for some reason. New Hampshire that was pretty close, 51 to 47.9.
Mhm.
Connecticut. What's this? New Jersey, we've done that one. Maryland, 15. He got 37.1. These are very Democratic, aren't they, over here?
They are. But
And then,
like you said, New Jersey and New Hampshire, those two, and Virginia, all three of those were on our radar as Trump could potentially flip it, and he did very well. He outperformed in all three of those.
at the end of the day, getting the swing states was more important than flipping those little states, you know.
For sure.
I'm doing well. So New Mexico, I'm quite surprised actually. That must be a lot of Latino vote then. I'm surprised actually that I know it was close. I don't know why this isn't classed as a swing state. Look how close it is.
So I might have it wrong, but from what I understand, a swing state is whenever the polling before the election is within 5 points. So like, for example, North Carolina, the polling I think was like between like 1.5 to 2 points. So it's technically a swing state. When they polled for New Mexico, it was beyond 5 points. So
for her to win.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So she got 51.6. He got 46.1. So it was close, like 470,000 to 419,000. Ellen, I was going to drop you a message, darling. I was talking about you the other day on the stream. I said I hope she's okay. How you doing, my lovely? Are you in a good mood today? Have we got anyone that's in a bad mood? Can we actually find any people that are upset? I bet all the people that are upset are scared to comment. Don't be scared, guys. Don't be afraid. Okay, so New Mexico. I thought the swing states were where it's always really close and can go either way, and they've usually got a lot of electoral votes in. And if you get 1 or 2 or 3, you're sorted, basically.
Yeah. So for swing states, they can actually change. So for example, North Carolina is a swing state. Tennessee once upon a time was a swing state. And it's just like you say, it's based off of, how close the voting is. It's not actually based off of the number of electoral votes. It could be any state, but if it's close in terms of polling and in terms of, how it performed in previous years, then it could be considered a swing state. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Because Pennsylvania's always one, isn't it? Basically.
I don't know. It probably
was last time, wasn't it? And the time before.
It definitely was, because the reason why Trump won in 2016 was he did exactly what he did this time and won Pennsylvania, Michigan, and which he'll probably win Michigan and Wisconsin. And
I think he has won Michigan already.
Yeah.
Well, as much as it can be. Washington State, I'm quite surprised how Democrat that is. I didn't realize how Democrat it was. Is that a lot of the Latino and black vote up there?
I don't think so. I think it's mostly just white, liberal, college educated. Yeah.
Right. Okay. And Oregon as well.
Same.
That's surprising.
Yeah. Oregon and Washington State are, I think, pretty similar in demographics.
Oregon's so close to California, I'm guessing that's why.
Right.
I don't know. Because I thought Oregon was quite, and I don't want to sound like rude, but I thought it was like what you guys would call white trash. I'm not saying that, but that's what I've been told by people.
White trash for the the United States would be more like the Southeast, like Alabama.
Right. Right.
Oregon is more like uppity, like a kind of, I don't know.
Right. Okay. That's just what I've been told. Like, I personally don't think anyone is white trash, but that's like a term that you guys use. We don't use it here.
Yeah. I know what you mean by that. Yeah.
Yeah. And I can say that because I'm white, so you can't call me racist.
I can't
before
throw you
anyone
in jail
starts.
for saying
Yeah,
that.
they can't put me in jail because I'm white. It's like I take the piss out of being blonde, you know?
Right.
Because I'm blonde, I'm naturally blonde. It goes darker in the winter, but it's naturally blonde. And people go, "Oh no, you got ginger hair." I haven't got ginger hair. If I had ginger hair, I would be a proud ginger. I would not try and hide the fact if I had red hair, but I don't.
It's funny you say that. I've got like sandy blonde hair, and depending on a picture, sometimes people say, "Oh, I thought you were a ginger." It's like, no.
Yeah, I get that. It's like, okay, then you're strawberry blonde. No, I'm not. I'm blonde. It goes darker in the winter.
Right.
And it depends. Like, if we go in the sun, it bleaches it. You know, it goes really light. But I don't dye my hair. Hello, Paddy. Let me give you a spanner. Hold on, Paddy. Are you happy, mate? So, have we got anyone that's unhappy about this? Have we got any? Loads been going on, Pen. Okay, Ellen, love. Would like to meet up still if we can. Meet up somewhere, sort of like December time. We'll do something with the kids. That'd be really nice. I miss you. Oregon's like Chelsea. Not from what I've seen. I've seen some quite rough people, drug addicts. There used to be some that used to exactly, Alan Edge. It is my business, isn't it? But anyway, if it was red, I would be proud. I wouldn't be hiding it. She happy as Larry. Is that your mum? Ah, love to your mum, Pat. Pat? Is it Pat or Paddy? I don't know. So Washington, Oregon, 58. Oregon is 50. He didn't do bad though. He got 42.4% of the vote.
Pretty good. He was leading in early voting in Portland, which is the bluest part of Oregon. So
really, so Nevada, even though it's grey, he's leading 51.4% to her 46.9. So it looks like he's going to take Nevada. That's a swing state, isn't it? And Arizona, 51.9 to her 47.2. We've only got 62% of the votes counted in Arizona, and we've got 88.8% in Nevada, and he's winning. So I think he's going to win that. Do you?
For sure.
Yeah.
And what's crazy, and people keep bringing it up, Florida has a big population relative to all the states. You know, it's one of the bigger populated areas. They get their they count their ballots. They from the moment it opens up where they can start counting ballots to when they've decided on who wins, 2 hours. And these other states have their own ways of doing stuff. They've been counting all night in Nevada and Arizona, and they're still going. It's like, why can't you guys just get it done in 2 hours? You know?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? It's really bizarre. But I suppose it's because, again, you're individual states. You know, you're right. You're literally like your own little countries. Each one has got its own little government. They're doing that here. They've devolved Scotland, devolved Northern Ireland, and they've devolved Wales. They've got their own governments. And where I live in Northern England, they're running for it here as well. They want our own little government. But, you know, they're trying to split us up into these little areas. I just say they should just build a wall around London, because that's where most of the crime is. Not all of it. There's a lot in Birmingham, but, you know, just build a wall around London or just cut it off and let it float away. Hi, Dan. I didn't go on till about 8, Dan. I was too sleepy. How long have I been going? Poor Ben. I've been going 4. We've got a new, if you're coming in like Dan, good morning. Trump has won, not just winning, he's actually won. We've been going for exactly 4 hours. Ben is new to this channel, but he's not happy, Stephen. He's new to the channel, but he's slotted right in, and he's Kamala Camel Toe in the chat.
I gotta use that name eventually, right?
I love it. What did Pat only Patrick on Sunday? She's doing okay, getting old but battling on. Last night, Paddy, what's his face was on Shagger's stream. People were trying to find you. He came on, your mate, your neighbour. There are a few constituencies in the UK who compete to declare the vote winner in our election. You mean first? Yeah, there are, yeah. So Hawaii, that's interesting. I've never really looked into much politics in Hawaii. 62.2 share to her. What's that about? Is that because they go for the non-white person? Because they don't like white people, do they, over there?
Right. I think so. Hawaii's typically always blue, but it's
Right.
so few electoral votes that not a big
Doesn't
deal.
matter. It's 4.
Mm-hmm.
I think Alaska's 3, isn't it? Yeah. So it's crazy. Look, you got 4 votes from that little island, and then you've got. Now, I thought. Hang on a minute. I'm getting confused. I thought that Alaska was attached. What's between here then?
Oh, wait. So
I'm really confused.
okay, so for Alaska, and I hope I'm right when I say this, otherwise my geography.
That's not water, is it?
No, so Alaska's attached to Canada.
That's what I thought. I genuinely thought Alaska was up here.
It's way up there.
So why is it? Oh, so I'm right then. Why is it down here on this map?
I don't know.
I honestly thought I was having a blonde moment because I genuinely thought that Alaska was attached to Canada, but it was still an American state and it was up here. So when it was down there,
You have to include Canada on the map.
I don't want to hear myself. Okay. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. So basically this map is just made up bullshit then, just to suit. Yeah. Okay. They're just going to float a complete state in the wrong place.
Pretty much.
And you know what I find confusing as well? My friend in Kentucky said that she lives in a Commonwealth state, which gets even more confusing because when she says that, my mind gets blown because we are the Commonwealth. Well, we own Canada. That's part of our Commonwealth. I don't know what that means. I'm going to have to research it. Do you know what that means, Ben?
I was about to ask, what does that mean? So
okay, so you've heard of it then?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard of it, and she tells me about it. She's got different laws and different. I don't know. I don't think it's got anything to do with us Brits, but I know that you know our Commonwealth are places like Canada and Australia and New Zealand that we still own.
Yeah.
So they don't.
So I know Massachusetts is like a Commonwealth, and I want to say maybe Virginia. So like some of the states have that. I honestly don't know what that means for us. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to look into it. Apparently she's conceded. So let me just get this up. I won't be a sec.
Okay.
Hold on.
It's lunchtime in the UK already.
Yeah, just nearly midday. Hang on, live. Apparently she's conceded, so I want to just see if she has. Well, that's not it. Right, the Senate. So they've won the Senate. What was the other one we were looking at?
The House of Representatives.
Okay, let me just get rid of that map a sec. Okay, so right, they've won the Senate. They're winning in the House of Representatives. So you should be able to see this on screen now, guys. Can you see this?
Yep, we can.
Okay, right. They need 218 to win the House of Representatives. They've got 197
Perfect.
to 177. I don't know what you think's going to happen there. What do you think?
I don't know. It depends on the different people still running that it hasn't been called. I don't know which states they are. Typically, with Trump in the mix, he can oftentimes pull Republicans along with him to victory. But that lead's a good lead. So hopefully we can get House.
I'm sure I put a vote on winning all of them, and it weren't much. What did Bailey's just commented? Hang on. He's done another speech, has he, Bill? Where's Bailey's comment gone? Why can't I see it?
I can see a comment from her. It says, I'm pretty sure birth certificates represent a registry.
It's not yeah, I can't see it. I can see it on my computer, but I can't see it on my phone, so I can't pin a comment.
It's weird.
Yeah, it must be YouTube hiding it. I'm pretty sure birth certificate. Yeah, we'll have to have a look into that. That's really interesting, isn't it? Right, so there we are at the moment. So they're winning by 20 in the House. They've won the Senate. Last time, did they have any of them? I can't remember.
So with the House and the Senate, we have midterm elections. So the last one we had was in 2022. We were supposed to have a big red wave where we were supposed to take control of, I think, both the House and the Senate, but it didn't really pan out that way.
Right.
But I don't know. I don't remember who had what power, honestly. But if we, I think it's considered a super majority if we control the House, the Senate, and the presidency. And when that happens, Trump can do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, he can. He could do. Yeah, I can imagine he could do a hell of a lot of stuff. Right. So I'm just trying to get some. Right. So he's won that. Right. Let me have a quick look and see if I can find the speech. Has she done a speech, Kamala? Does anybody know? And I'm going to have a look for it now. Hit the like, guys, or the dislike, or whatever you want to do. All helps out. If you like the stream, it helps the algorithms. Let me see if I can find her. Kamala won't speak. Oh, that was 5 hours ago. Hold on. Tracking Harris. Someone's tracking Harris. Watching Harris campaign watch party. Oh, that's not live. They literally all went home sulking. She's actually a worse loser than than Hillary.
Hitlery.
Yeah. Well, how many kills have them pair got behind them? You know, her and her husband. There's got to be a lot, isn't there? Hillary and Bill in his blue dress. Do you know, I was talking about the egg stain. I can't say his name because I got a strike once.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, I actually broke that before it happened.
Oh, really?
And I was told that I was a lunatic and I was a conspiracy theorist and there's no such thing as children trafficking and islands and shit, yeah. And then about 6 months later, he got arrested. And then like a month or two after that, he got bumped off. And I actually had people come up to me saying, yeah, you're right. I was like, I told you, no one fucking listens to me.
Rubbing in.
Yeah. But I get used to it now. And people still don't listen to me when I tell them about the stuff that's spraying in the skies. No, it's just from the aeroplanes that aren't shown up on the flight radar that we look at. I don't know if you're aware of what's going on. They are spraying our skies so much now.
Right. And real quick, Mr. Steve, yes, I know all about that. I've heard people
about what?
Has been heard the saying Kamala friends are the same as the Diddy list.
Yeah, well, they all are, aren't they? They're all on the flight logs as well. The Luella Express, whatever it's called. What's it called? I can't remember now. What's it called? The Luella Latella, the Express thing. Boys, you know, the plane that took them to the island.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Anyway, someone will help me out in a minute. You know, Beyonce and Jay-Z and all the Lolita. Thank you very much. Right, I'm trying to find. Does anyone know if Camel Toe has done a statement? Because if she has, I'm going to show it.
Out of all these nicknames, my favorite one, it's real simple. It's for Michelle Obama. I saw LC commented Big Mike. I think
Big
that's
Mick.
so Big Mike.
She's just, I can't believe people still, there's another conspiracy. People still don't believe that she's a dude. She's got a bloody massive bulge. It was seen on Ellen. How can...
And Obama's gay, right? So
I'm sorry. And, you know, I'm surprised, to be honest with you, that she hasn't had the operation. Maybe she has by now.
like Linford Christie doing
It was a big one, yeah. It was a big one.
Well, he's a pretty dude. I mean, you know.
I don't think he is. I
No,
don't think he's a
about
pretty
big.
dude. I honestly don't. It's just, I can't. Right, I give up. I can't find any speeches from her. I'm going to go back to the newspaper again and see whether they've got any awesome headlines for us.
She wouldn't. Well, she could give a speech this early. I wouldn't have expected her to give a speech. It's 7 a.m. here.
Well, Hillary did. She conceded at like 1 a.m. your time.
Yeah, but I think the difference is she was still awake. Kamala just left, so I don't know. It's weird.
Arrogance of that woman, though.
Her whole campaign has been arrogant, just like Hillary's,
Yeah.
and for that matter.
Well, at least Hillary won the nomination. This one didn't even do that.
Somebody put Hillary clit wrong.
And these are all Brits as well, so there you go. She isn't very popular here.
I'll try to read all their comments in my head in a British accent, then, so I'll get the full.
That would be funny. That would be fun. I can't. As someone actually can tell me where she conceded, because I genuinely can't see that. You know the vice president? Do they live in the White House as well? Do you know? Oh, that's Gizmo's chick. Let Gizmo have some chick. You greedy. Mamo, chick. Come here then. God, this dog still hasn't eaten his chicken from how long ago? 3 hours ago. PMQs today, yeah. They're actually there now. Hang on a minute. If you want to hear what's going on there, no, they're just boring people talking at the moment. There's nothing much happening.
They're voting now.
Chick, come on. Oh, for God. Just eat your chick, you weirdo.
I have a prediction. When she concedes, I think she'll write a letter. I don't think she'll actually give a speech.
I think you're right. And she'll disappear into obscurity and we'll never see her again. Come and get some chicken. Come on. Sorry, carry on.
I was just going to say, just like Joe Biden, he didn't come out with a speech that he wasn't going to run. There was a letter written and we had to read it. So I think that's how she's going to concede. That's my bet.
I think she'll disappear into obscurity.
Do you think
forever and ever?
She'll have to come out with some sort of concession though, right?
I don't know. She'll come bother us in San Francisco. Where was she? Gizmo, come here. Where was she?
Is in California. She was the DA of somewhere in California.
Well, that's like Keir Starmer. He was a public prosecutor as well. He's not a politician.
Mm-hmm.
They've got nothing about them. They shouldn't. I prefer career politicians who have been doing it for years and years, and that's what they wanted to do. When you get these people that have been like public prosecutors, DAs, and all that sort of stuff, and then they go into it, they're just like robots. They don't live in the real world. They see everybody as a criminal because that's their background. You know what I mean? And they just don't.
Bailey said that she's the DA in San Francisco, which I think is where Bailey's from. So have fun with that.
Yeah. Oh, no. No, she won't give a speech. You're right. Oh, you chicken. You ready? Hang on. The dog. No, don't run away from the chicken. Come back. Come here, Mama. God, this dog's so weird. Good boy. I have to hand feed him. It's ludicrous. Right. I'm just feeding the puppy. I am here.
Is he spoiled?
Got anything else we want to add to anybody else coming in? What are they saying? Yeah, of course he is, Alan Edge. He's going to lick his bum, isn't he? He's going to lick his butt. No, come back. He had 2 pieces and he's walked off. You are such a weirdo. In WEF's back pocket. Hi, Danny. How you doing? Are you happy today? Can we find anyone who's unhappy? We want to find some unhappy people. Come forward. You know, you're not going to be laughed at, I promise. I'll try my best. No, I won't. Danny's very happy. We have our new American friend, Ben.
Yep.
He's from Are you from North Carolina, or you just live there?
But born and raised, and still live
There
here.
you go.
Mm-hmm.
Born and raised. Let me have a look on her Twitter and see if she's posted anything. Right, 12 hours ago was her last post. Let's have a gander. Oh, he's back now. You want some more chick, Momo? Come on then. Mummy feed you. Hang on a minute, guys. Sorry, he needs to eat. He's such a... I can spend hours with him and he'll have like the slightest nibble. He's such a weird dog. Yeah. Right, this is her Twitter. He's walked off again. Momo. God, it's hard work. Right. I can't follow her. I just can't. Where are we now? So here she is. She was saying 12 hours ago, stay in line. You guys, you do a lot of like queuing to vote, don't you?
Yeah.
Is it to try and put people off? Like,
it's
not
just
that bad here.
The lines are so long that people, you don't want them to get discouraged and just walk away, you know? They can be hour-long lines.
I genuinely believe that the reason why that Donald Trump won as much as he did is because the Republicans were really, we will vote. And no matter what, I think in 2020, a lot of Republicans probably thought we've got this again.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, we don't need to come out. And it didn't get as many votes as in 2016, but I still don't think Biden won that election. I'm sorry. And genuinely, I'm not being a sour loser. I haven't really got a horse in the race. I'm not American. As an observer, watching it, this year I'm more behind Trump. Last time I was behind Trump, but this year, about all the shit that's gone down, I'm more behind Trump than ever because of the way that this country's gone and the West as a whole.
So I was one of, and I feel like a lot of people in the United States that supported Trump in 2020 were just like me. It was very disaffected because after it happened, where he lost and the whole saying it was rigged, whatever happened, I can say for myself, and a lot of people were very black pilled about it. We're very, oh, well, there's no point in voting anymore. So I, for the past 4 years, I wasn't going to vote. I was never going to vote again. So I was surprised that he was able to get so much support because I thought that him saying it was rigged would have disaffected too much of his base, but it didn't.
Yeah, I thought that as well. It would have, but it was though. Our Prime Minister's live now with PMQs. Apparently, Al's coming laughing about it. I don't know what's happened, so let's just listen to her. I can't hear it.
I can.
Right, I can't hear it because there's no audio on my laptop.
Dinner for
Broken.
about a couple of hours. We discussed a number of issues of global significance. It was a very information that she needs to discharge.
Which bit and what you want me to listen
the Leader
to?
of the Opposition and I disagree, but there will
You've
be
come in
issues
and really
that
thrown
do
me.
unite this
I hate
House
it when you do
on
that.
national security and Ukraine, and I do look forward to working closely with her on that.
Right, I'm going to shut up now and let's
provide her
listen.
with the
Okay?
information that she needs to discharge her duties. That's the right thing for the country, and it's far more important than party politics. But the Foreign Secretary and I did meet President-elect Trump just a few weeks ago for dinner for about a couple of hours, and we discussed a number of issues of global significance. It was a very constructive exercise.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister did not distance himself from the remarks made by the Foreign Secretary, and I'm very sure that President Trump will soon be calling to thank him for sending all of those North London Labour activists to campaign for his opponent. Given that most of his cabinet signed a motion to ban President Trump from addressing Parliament, will the Prime Minister show that he and his government can be more than student politicians by asking the Speaker to extend? Can they show that they can be more than student politicians?
Order. Mr. Perkins, I don't need to anymore. Your voice curries, it's like mine, too loud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister show that he and his government can be more than student politicians by asking you, Mr. Speaker, to extend an invitation to President Trump to address Parliament on his next visit?
The Leader of the Opposition is giving a masterclass on student politics. But seriously, Mr. Speaker, we live in probably more volatile world than we've lived in for many decades. It is absolutely crucial that we have a strong.
Ben, what do you? Aren't they pathetic with their stupid arguing and jeering each other?
The jeering is crazy because Canada
You don't
has
have this, do you, over there?
it's wild because we don't really have that, so it's totally different. Yeah,
It's pathetic. Like, you've got the House, the leader of the House, who is the man sat on the chair. He's actually a Labour, which is a Democrat, but he's supposed to be impartial, and they literally sit there arguing with each other. Now, the reason why this is such an important, we have what we call a PMQs every Wednesday, Prime Minister's questions at lunchtime on a Wednesday. This is the first one of Kemi as leader. You know, the lady I told you about, the Nigerian lady. Well, she's born here. You have to be born here to be a leader. The next election, if she's still there, which I don't know because they chop and change their leaders so much on our version of the Republican, she'll be, you know, going head to head with him. I quite like her. She's different. She's the same age as me. She's a mom of 3, and she's very patriotic about this country. She loves the country that gave her family the opportunity, you know, to get out of Nigeria and make a better life. And
yeah,
she actually loves the country, and I've got nothing against her for that.
yeah, she seems really cool. Who is Chav Rayner?
Angela Rayner is the one on the left. Let me just press play again.
Oh, the one with the bangs.
That's Angela Rayner. Yeah, I'm going to bring this right up to date now because we were a little bit behind. So we're going to watch a little bit more.
The last time 2.5 was met.
I'm going to mute because I have to turn it up on my phone. We're getting echo.
14 years, and they never did it once. Last year, the NAO identified a £17 billion black hole in the MOD finances. The former Defence Secretary said the previous government hollowed out the armed forces, and the plan they put forward at the election was pure fantasy.
Mr. Speaker, he will not make that commitment. That is very clear. All that he is doing,
I'm going to hear the questions. If the people who don't want to hear it, they can leave now. Come on.
Mr. Speaker, he will not make that commitment, and yet the world is getting more dangerous. His Chancellor's budget did not even mention defense. The Chancellor's budget last week was a copy and paste of Bidenomics. It turns out that a high spending, high borrowing, high inflation approach is less popular than she may have thought. May I suggest he now urge her to change course, or is he determined to be a one-term leader?
The one thing I learned as Leader of the Opposition is a good idea to listen to what the government is actually saying. I think she just said that defence wasn't mentioned in the budget. It was 7 days ago that it was absolutely clear and central to the budget, as was economic growth. We are fixing the foundations. We're giving a pay rise to millions of people. We're picking up the mess that they left, 22 billion. And a tax rise and a pay rise for working people. And I haven't heard yet her welcome that pay rise for the 3 million lowest paid workers. Does she now welcome it to stick to her previous policy that it's excessive?
Mr. Speaker, I was the one who raised the minimum wage last year as business secretary. I have a strong record on this, but we need to make sure that we balance the books. His scripted lines are showing that he has not even listened to the budget himself. So I will try a different question. Perhaps he can give something that is unscripted to the people watching. Farmers across the United Kingdom, Mr. Speaker,
Order! I don't need any help. Can I just say, if somebody wants to leave, I'll be helping them do that. I'm going to hear the question, and I certainly want to hear the answer as well. So please, let's have some courtesy.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard him repeat the lines on the television, fixing the foundations and so on. But what does he say over and over again? But what does he say to farmers who are facing uncertainty about their futures as a result of the increased taxes announced by the Chancellor? I am very clear that we would reverse Labour's cruel family farms tax. What can he say now to reassure the farming community who provide security for the whole nation?
Prime Minister. I'm happy to help the leader. If she's going to complain about scripted answers, it's probably best not to read that from a script. What I will say about farmers is this: I'm glad she's raised farmers, because the budget last week put £5 billion over the next 2 years into farming. That's the single.
Okay, I can hear he's going nuts. Needs toilet. Right, I've had to. I can't. The thing is, I've got no audio on my laptop, so I can't hear it. Can you hear? Can you hear me, Ben?
Yeah, I can hear you, and I can hear
Is
it.
Can you hear that? Is he too loud still, or can you still hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear him a little bit, but
okay. So it's all right then. The balance of
yeah, that's okay for me.
Right.
Anyway.
So what you let me know in chat as well. What do you think of this? Is this the first time you've ever seen this? Then
It's the first time I've ever. Yeah, it's the first time I've ever seen them speak.
It's
debate.
nuts, isn't it?
It's pretty wild. Yeah.
This is Americans are so polite. We are not.
It's just,
I am personally, but they're not polite. They're just rude.
The only thing I was thinking of while I was listening to it was, imagine Donald Trump in there. You're stupid. You're ugly. Just like bashing everybody.
It would just. And the way that it works is you speak to the Speaker of the House. Hi, Danny. Hi, is that you, Samuel? You speak to the Speaker, who is like in charge. And if people jeer over you, then she'll just sit down. So if you get shouted over and you're trying to ask the Prime Minister a question, you'll sit down and you'll refuse to speak and be shouted over, and then the Speaker has to tell them off. They're like children. It's pathetic. But years ago, like a few decades ago, when Margaret Thatcher was in charge, they did this, but it was more respectful. So they actually let people speak. But now, most of them in there now, they just don't know what they're doing. They're just ignorant. They don't know anything about the history of politics of this country. They're just absolute idiots. And they're just rude. But that is our new leader, Kemi Badenoch, and we should give her a chance. She was voted for by the members of her party. She is, I think, a member of the WEF to a certain degree. They have to be now. She was a business secretary, so she was flying around all the different places making deals and stuff, which is what she had to do. But she's not big in with the globalists, if you know what I mean.
So I have a question for you. You know how Trump was not a politician and then ended up, running for president and then becoming president? Is that a possibility, or how likely is that for somebody in the UK or in England?
Well, Kemi Badenoch is actually an engineer.
Oh, okay.
She only got into politics. She joined the Conservative Party in 2017.
Gotcha.
She took an interest in it after doing uni quite late in life. She became an engineer, and she got a bit interested in politics, and she joined the Conservatives, and then she sort of started off from nothing and just worked her way up. And then she become an MP, a local, representative. But she's not from a background of politics as such. But she grew up in Nigeria, and when she came back here, she actually did work at McDonald's, unlike Kamala that lied and said she did. And then she put herself through university and worked her way up. So you know, she's a normal person. And one thing that some people like, some people didn't, is that she didn't make any promises during her campaign to become leader, because she's classed as like the shadow leader. So that the second party, the second biggest party, has a shadow cabinet. So everything is the shadow version of who's in charge. The guy on screen now, you can see that's Ed Davey. He's leader of the third biggest party, even though he got less votes than Nigel Farage's party. He's got 72 people in there, and Nigel Farage has only got 6. It's nuts. It's okay, George. It's okay. Gizmo's just going out with Daddy for a poo-poo. So George, the other dog, is getting upset because he doesn't like it. But if they go together, they fight when they're walking along. They argue over who should be closest to Daddy. So he has to take them separately. It's stupid. You all right, George? Daddy's coming back. Yeah. So this is quite a big PMQ. You've got Donald Trump has just been, it's okay, just been like given, has just won. And then you've got Kemi Badenoch's first ever. Now, all these questions, each side of the House asks a question to the leader. Yeah, look, Sir Ed Davey, who's the Liberal Democrat, which is like further left from our Labour, he asked, Trump praised Vladimir Putin's invasion. No, he didn't.
Right, exactly.
It's just fake. This is what I mean. They'll just lie.
This is what they.
Starmer won't apologise for. David Lammy is basically our foreign secretary. He's an extremist BLM supporter, and he hates Trump, and he's called him a Nazi and everything. And I don't know how this is going to go down. George, come here, my love. I don't know how this is going to go down when our foreign secretary has called him a Nazi and hates him.
Yeah, probably not great. Trump
is an idiot.
Old grudges, I think.
Yeah, he does.
But this
I
is
think he does.
this is what they do, because I know that whatever he was saying, the Ed Daly thing about Trump saying the invasion was good or whatever, because he says good things about bad people, and the media says he praises them. So, but that's not the case. You can say somebody's smart or a genius without agreeing with what they do, right? Like, those are two different. But they'll put them together and say, "Oh, Trump praises him." It's like, no.
Exactly. Like what he said is that Putin, it's not as cut and dry as the media make out. Now, Ukraine have been doing some horrid things to people in the Donbass region in southeast Ukraine who are ethnic Russians for many, many years. And Putin had enough of it and said, you know, you've got to stop torturing these people who are in your country, but they're actually ethnically Russian. And it had been going on for over a decade. And Trump knew this. And Putin went to the UN and said, can you do something about this? And the UN did nothing. So there's more to it. And what Trump was saying is that Putin felt justified going in to protect the Russians that are living in Ukraine, which is what started the whole thing off. And he was saying that he felt justified because it's not as black and white as just one day Putin decided to just invade Ukraine. No, there was stuff happening before that. And there are Nazis in Ukraine. They've even got the Iron Eagle tattoos, some of these paramilitary groups in Ukraine. I don't know if you know much about the Ukraine war, Ben.
Not much, honestly.
Well, basically, it's not as cut and dry as you think. And that's what President Trump was trying to say, is he feels justified because there's other factors, and they twist it as though he's justifying him going in and supporting him going in. And that's not what he was saying at all. It's more fake news by the mainstream media. But you can hear them all. They all jeer at each other. And if you go up and now, if they were debating an important topic like the safety of the vaccine, for example, the CV vaccine, there'd be no one there. They'd all walk out. There'd only be a couple there. If it's something important, but the TV's not watching them, they don't even bother. Most of them just go home. They're just horrible. And these are all elected by us. So my elected one, I didn't vote for him. I usually do, but I didn't this time. I voted for Nigel Farage's party Reform. He'll be in there. And because the TV's on them, they'll all be there. But then other times, like there's a thing called Parliament TV where you can watch it and you can watch them all the time. Do you know what I mean? Like even when there's nothing
Yeah, we
big
have that.
happening.
C-SPAN.
Yeah,
is
like an ongoing. You should see there's hardly anybody there. They just go home. They're just lazy, entitled. Not all of them, but a lot of them. You know, it's frustrating.
You know, the person that comes to mind when I watch this, you know who would, this is a good environment for them, is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I feel like she would love this kind of stuff if our government.
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who she is?
No.
You should look her up sometime.
Maybe if I seen her, I would. What does she do?
There's no way you don't know who she is. Like, you would know if you saw her, but she's a representative in a district in New York, I believe. She's the one that's all about the Green New Deal. Everybody's gonna die.
Yes.
Yeah, she likes to yell.
And me, I'm really hungry actually. You're talking about porridge. I love porridge. You're making me want some porridge now. Yeah. So this is what they do. So our version of the Republicans, the Conservatives, they signed up to net zero as well. Boris Johnson signed up to net zero by 2030. These lots here, they're just obsessed with it. They've put our bills are through the roof now. Our energy bills are over £2,000 a year, looking at 2,500. Some people £3,000 a year just to put your heating on.
Don't you rely on Russia?
Oh God. We're not using our own oil. We're not using our own oil and gas because they don't like us to, but we're okay importing it from like other places.
Yeah, we're the same way.
We're importing coal from China and steel from China when we've got our own here, but we won't use it because it's bad for the environment.
Yep, we're the same way. And China's awful with the environment. Like, they don't care.
But you frack. You guys are fracking, and that's why they blew up that Russian pipeline, because they wanted to sell your shell gas into Europe.
Yeah, but
and stop Russia from selling their gas.
But Kamala Harris, when she thought she could be president, was saying, "Oh, we're not going to be fracking," and then she changed it. "Oh, we're going to be." So, but you know Trump's position on that. He wants to drill. So, which is good.
Yeah. Yeah, it blows my mind that the oil is the waste part of the land. It's like the excrement. It's done. It's used all whatever it's needed. And it just spits it out, and it isn't fossil fuel at all.
Right.
There's been studies done. It renews every few. Otherwise, you would have run out by now. People keep saying we're supposed to have run out by 2000. Well, I was taught in school in the 90s and the 80s and the 90s that we were going to run out by 2000, and it's still there because it renews itself.
Right.
It takes and it spits out, takes and it spits out. It's what it happened. And they did studies proving this just before this stupid net zero thing come around. And they want us to believe that it's all going to run out. And it's not. As long as you've got lots of trees taking in the CO2 and then giving us the oxygen, everything has got the earth works. Its ecosystem works. Anyone who's got a fish tank or has had a fish tank will understand this. You put CO2 in there because it eats up all the it feeds the you put your CO2 in because if you have too much oxygen, you end up with loads of algae. So you put your CO2 in, and it's just how it works. You've got like a balance, and they're cutting down all the trees. That's what's causing the problems, because the trees aren't there to eat the CO2. Anyway, I don't know how you feel about all this, but I think it's all bollocks.
No, that's right. What's funny is back, I guess, under Obama's like first term, like a long time ago at this point, I do remember a lot of people saying, you know, global warming, there's that, but then it's also we're going to run out of oil. I don't know if it's just me. I don't hear that argument anymore, to your point. I don't hear that nearly as much as we need to do it for global warming. Whereas before it seemed like I heard a lot of it's going to run out. I don't hear that as much anymore. That could just be me though.
No, you're right. They don't. It's all about it's about the CO2 in the atmosphere now. You're right. They don't talk about it running out because they know they've lost the point. It's everything is about making us poorer and not the ozone layer of the 80s. Do you remember all that? You couldn't. I don't know how old you are, but you can't use a hairspray can
I know.
because of the ozone layer. And then they made us all believe that there was a hole in there. And if we didn't all do as we were told, we were going to sort of blow out this hole. Or the sun was going to get too powerful. It was going to. That was bollocks. It's all fear. It's fear porn. That's all this is about.
Yep. They said we couldn't use hairspray because it put a hole in the ozone layer.
Do you remember that?
I do remember.
You're only a whippersnapper. I don't know how old you are.
Yeah, I was like in elementary school, I think.
I was born in 1980, so I grew up in the 80s.
Okay, so I was born in 94, so.
Oh gosh, you are a whippersnapper.
It doesn't feel like it. I just turned 30 not too long ago, and so I feel old now.
I'm 44, so I feel really old. But yeah, I remember in the 80s, like my sister would be there because she's older than me, doing her hair, and then you'd see things on the news saying don't use hairspray because of it's all about the ozone layer. And then in the 90s, it always said the tins of hairspray would say ozone layer safe hairspray. So they'd made it. We're gonna have people that remember this in the chat. It was all about the ozone layer. It's just insanity. And then it became we're going to run out of coal in the 90s and the noughties. And now it's the weather and climate. It's not global warming anymore because it kept getting too cold. So they couldn't use that one. So they changed it to climate change. It was global warming at one point.
I heard that.
Now it's climate change. Guess what? Climates do change naturally. It's just ludicrous.
Here's the problem. I actually heard that exact thing you said. I think it was yesterday where they changed it to climate change so they could cover the bases. But here's the thing. When you talk about climate changing, I mean, everybody knows this. It depends what time frame you're talking about. You can see a slight uptick or downtick in temperature over the span of 200 years. Or you can try to correlate it to, when, Industrial Revolution, whatever. But if you zoom out far enough, I'm not sure you see much of a trend. I don't know how that works, but I do agree that whether, whatever science there is to it, it doesn't, I don't think they're as pro-science as they try to make everybody believe they are. I think it's just whatever they use for power.
Coming back, it's okay, George. Yeah, exactly. It's all about fear. It's about scaring us and making us believe that, if we don't do as we're told, this horrible thing is going to happen. And once you wake up to that, you can never go back. And you start to realize that everything they've told you is either exaggerated or, just to scare you, make you want to live your life in fear, and you're going to run to the big government to help you.
So this is my last question, then I'll be heading out.
Yeah, I'm going now as well.
So I kind of get the zeitgeist in the U.S. about World War III fears and all these things, and I assume it's pretty global or in many countries. In England, is everybody like, World War III is coming, or what's that like?
Yeah, well, mostly the people on the right are aware of it, and they want Trump to prevent it. The people on the left, they just it's gone a bit backwards. They're warmongering on the left now when it used to be the other way around. And they're like supporting Ukraine. Let's fund Ukraine. Let's fund Hezbollah and free Palestine stuff. And it's gone the opposite way. Like it's all gone backwards. Everything has become inverted and backwards, and it hurts my head trying to think about it. Everything we've learned is the wrong way round now.
Bailey's got a good point. She said it already started, and we won't know if it started till we're done with it,
Well, there's a book, Quiet Weapons for Silent Wars, and it's true. This war started many decades ago, and it is a war that they use against the people without firing one weapon. It's all about control. There's actually a thing over here called Mindspace, and it is about behavioral science, and it was invented a couple of decades ago. There's actually a handbook on it, how to control the masses, and what they do. Everything they're using now is from that, and we will go deeper into it on my other channel, because I've got the Curious Bunny channel is where I do a lot of rabbit hole stuff.
Okay.
So I tend to not do more. I keep this channel light-hearted, you know, animals and chill streams. I might do a little bit of news, or, you know,
Donald
if it's an
Trump.
election. But down the rabbit hole is my
Nation
other one.
attempt.
You what? Sorry.
I said lighthearted Donald Trump assassination attempt.
Yeah, that sort of stuff. He's back, George. Hang on, his Al's back now, so he's getting all excited. George, is it them? George, is it them? Oh my goodness, it's them. He's all excited. Is it Daddy? Go on then. Go on. He's going to go to the door to greet them. He's so cute. Yeah. Okay. I've been on for too long. I've not. Years ago, I used to do really long streams. I've done 11, 12-hour streams in the past.
Wow. Yeah.
I can't do them anymore. That was years ago. The longest one I ever did was at New Year's Eve 2020 or 2021, and I did nearly every time zone. We did like, I started after R1, and then we did all of the states, moving like east to west. I think Hawaii is the last one, isn't it? In the time zone changes at New Year. I do plan on doing it again, but I end up not usually, because I end up something happens and I'm too tired to do it, you know, with my head. But anyway, I'm gonna get this off in the background because they're getting on my nerves. And you can now get free Palestine cola. What? Thank you, Lee. Seriously? Do you have a lot of that over there? This free Palestine crap?
Oh God, yeah. So, and you'll get a kick out of this, supposedly, because there's some divide between Palestine and Israel here, like a lot of places. Supposedly, Camel Toe Harris in one state had ads for related to good things about Palestine, and then in another state it was pro-Israel.
Yeah, I'm guessing like New York, it would be more pro-Israel, because that's kind of like run by.
I think it was Pennsylvania. It was like Michigan and Wisconsin. Those two. She put different ads, so I thought that was funny.
She just, if she got in, it would be like with Starmer, because he's obsessed with them, that, you know, that party. I'm hoping now Donald Trump's in, it really shits them up over here. Because what they're doing is disgusting. And Elon Musk has been really going to war, you know, with our government. Have you seen? He's refusing to visit here.
It's amazing.
He'd probably get arrested if he did. I'm not joking.
For sure. Oh, for sure. For sure.
They would arrest him for hate speech or some crap.
Yep. And I'm worried. And if they would have got in this election cycle, I know Tim Walz, I'm pretty sure, was talking pretty heavily about you know, there's no free speech when it comes to hate speech and all this kind of.
That's what they do here. Yeah.
So wouldn't have been good. Don't have to worry about that, hopefully. So
yeah, well, look, if anything, touch wood, we need to look after that man. If anything did happen to him, we would get a Vance, I'm guessing, or would there be another election?
It would be Vance, I'm positive. Yeah. So
I do have hopes for Ron DeSantis in the future as well. I think in about 10 years, not yet.
Maybe. Yeah, we'll see.
Doing well in Florida.
Yeah,
I think he should stay where he is. He's doing really good work there.
Yeah, he's a great governor. But
so he's just not ready yet, is he, for president? He's just not ready.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, we'll try to keep him safe between now and January 20th, and
we'll do our best. I might pop on again later. I don't know whether you'll be around.
Okay. Yeah, I'll start catching these lives and videos and whatever.
Yeah, I don't. To be honest with you, I've not really streamed a lot at all. So I've had a lot of illness and stuff, and I've had a lot of time off in the summer because I'm more out and about in the summer. But I will be doing more streams like this, and then I've got a stream tomorrow night, I think, on my other channel, The Curious Bunny. I don't think you're probably not subbed to that.
Yeah, and I'll check it out. It sounds interesting.
I'll pop the link in the chat for you. So when you come out, if you want to have a nose, you might like it. It's different. Hello, Ghost. I thought you might have different things over there. So or down rabbit holes, you know.
Yep, that's what I do.
I'm doing one about myths and legends of the North York Moors, which is a moors near me tomorrow night. And there's myths of like a giant there. There's proof of it, and like witches and all the history of it. The witch trials and I don't know if you're interested in that sort of stuff, but that's the sort of stuff I'll do over there. And I will go a little bit deeper into
like paranormal stuff.
Paranormal and also truther stuff. So the dark side of what's going on in US politics I might cover, and
Donald Trump at McDonald's, you know.
What that's on there. Yeah, I do. When I do my shorts, I tend to just random shit on my shorts. I've covered a lot of my shorts over there are a lot of the floods that have been happening in Spain, and I really do want to talk about what I think caused it, but I've got to be really careful because they've been caught doing half over there in Morocco, spraying the skies and stuff, but they don't like us talking about it.
Right.
I don't even know what I'm talking about, but there you go.
Be sure to check out that video or pictures of Biden biting those babies.
Oh, we'll have a look. Is it on YouTube?
Of course. Yep.
Penny in short, says Ghost. Right. Okay. I might pop on later. I'm going to see how I feel. Just to show victory speeches. I probably will, actually. I'm going to have a few hours off and then I'm going to come back on because this is just an amazing day. And I think we should have a little party later.
100%. Well, it's good talking to you.
Conspiracy there.
Yeah. It's good talking to you.
And you, Ben, thank you for joining. Type in the chat and I'll give you a wrench so you can drop links and stuff if you need to in the future.
Perfect. Okay. Well, have a good rest of your day.
And you, mate. Take care. Get some rest.
All right. See ya.
Bye. Bye. Right. Hang on. Go. Right. Ben's left now. You're welcome, Emma. You should look into Dogmen. I think that's going to be under that stream. There's that sort of thing there. But yeah, I've done my best. There you go. There he is. I've done my best to. Honestly, I literally woke up and jumped straight on. So God knows what the hell I was talking about at the beginning of this stream. I ain't got a clue. Hi, Dave. Did you vote? Did you vote for anyone? I'm guessing you're Missouri, aren't you, Dave? You're a red state. Thank you, Stephen. Right. Do you want me to pop on later with like speeches and a bit more information? A bit later, guys. Let me know. Probably will pop on. He's sound, isn't he? There he is in the chat. Camel Toe Harris. I'm going to sub to you. Ben has done a fantastic. On your first sub, he has done like fantastic co-host. He's brand new to the channel. And he's become an instant co-host. And I think we need to get him back. I don't know about you guys, but I think Ben needs to return. Yorkshire has a hellhound legend. Yeah, that's what this is. It actually was born in this place near me. I found out there was witch trials in my market square, where down the road here as well. Loads and loads of stuff I found out. So I was going to do it tonight, but after all this, I'm too tired, obviously. But it's been interesting. But if you're coming in and you're just joining us, where have you been? Donald Trump. Let me just check her Twitter and see if anything's changed. If she's done anything on Twitter. Not that it's her bloody what's it anyway. Her last post was, "It is your right to make your voice heard. If you have trouble casting your vote, ring this number now." That's what it says. I love Gen Z. I'm grateful for first-time voters, she said. She's so fake. Oh, have you seen the clip where she's on the phone thanking voters, and when she flashes the phone, it's actually a camera on the phone? She weren't on the phone. She was on the actual camera setting. And she accidentally flashed it, and it was on the camera. It was open on the camera. She wasn't even on the phone. She's just a fraud. She is just an absolute fraud in every single sense. Oh man, I can't stand her. I really don't like her at all. Right, Trump is the #1 trending on Twitter, as you can imagine. Right. This is just amazing. This is an amazing day. We need to just pray. We need to pray for our president. Well, president of the free world. He's not my president, but he's the president of the free world. And thank you to everybody who voted for him. And hopefully the world will be a bit of a safer place now for the next 4 years. We'll have to wait and see, because we all know that they love starting their wars. Right, thank you, everybody. A massive thank you to Ben, and thank you to those who got up and spent the whole 5 hours nearly with us. Really appreciate you. I might pop on a bit later. Probably will. Anyway, I'll see you all soon. Lots of love. God bless America, and look after Donald Trump, man. We need him to sort this fucking hell out that we are in right now. All right, take care, everyone. Hit the like if you enjoyed this. Dislike if you don't. I won't be offended. I'll live. And yeah, see you all later. Lots of love. God bless. You want more politics? I'll be on later. Because it's too exciting to not. I'll have a little break and I'll pop on later. Take care. Lots of love. Have you got any more Americans? Welcome on tonight and give us your views. I'll be very grateful. Right. Take care. Bye.